Hello, good evening. I want to thank everyone for coming to the Novato Unified School District Board of Trustees regular meeting. If you would all please stand and join me with the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, thank you. So we are ready to report out our closed session agenda, and Trustee Butler will be our acting vice president tonight.
The board met in closed session this evening. We discussed two items. Item B, which is Public Employment Title Assistant Superintendent Education Services. It was discussion only, no action was taken. And item C, Conference with Labor Negotiators, Chris Koska, Assistant Superintendent Human Resources, Employees Organization, Novato Federation of Teachers, and that was discussion only, no action. The other two items listed we did not discuss at all.
Okay, thank you very much. And the next item on our agenda is to approve the agenda. So do any of the trustees want to approve or adjust tonight's agenda?
I'll move the order of business for this evening.
All right,
I'll move
very
the
good.
agenda.
I'll
First,
second.
seconded by Trustee Scott. So all those in favor? I have 5 and 6 for, 1 absent. So before we go on to public comment, I wanted to let everyone know that Trustee Cooper is ill tonight, and I would like to entertain a motion to excuse him based on illness. I have a first from Trustee Aguila and a second from Trustee Scott. So all those in favor of excusing Trustee Cooper for illness tonight, appreciate that. That's 6-4 and 1 absent.
And is Trustee,
Gonna get, we have,
did he vote on that
yes,
motion?
I can see him, Ross.
Okay,
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. I thought you said there was 4 in
Did I count wrong? I've 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
5.
6,
Oh.
4.
Oh, no wonder I'm confused.
I should say in favor
Yeah,
and 1 absent. So,
thank you.
and then I did want to explain tonight that we have Trustee Greg Mack attending by way of Skype. He's at the table, and I'll do my best to make sure that he is heard from, and we include him in tonight's meeting. Okay, so now that we've done that, we have a public comment on the consent agenda. We have no public comment on the consent agenda, so we are going to move to approval of the consent agenda. And is there?
I'd actually like to pull an item, item C.
Okay, so Trustee Scott would like to pull item C, which is approve agreement with the Ryland Consulting to assist with the Novato Charter School renewal.
Yes, please.
So we'll pull that. Any other items on the consent agenda? All right, Trustee,
So I'll move the consent agenda, not including item C,
thank
all
you.
as a single motion.
Yeah, I have a second, seconded by Trustee Aguila. So all those in favor of approving the consent agenda without item C, I see 6 in favor
I'm up.
and 1 absent. Okay, so at this point, I'll ask the board if they would like to address item C now or to discuss it later.
Later's fine.
Yeah, I prefer later. We have student presentation
Okay,
before.
so I will agendize it to the end of our regular scheduled meeting. Thank you. So with approval of the consent agenda and the rearranging of item C, we are ready to move on to our student presentation. And tonight we have Olive Elementary School, Elizabeth Olink, principal in the 4th grade Seed Library. So you're up. Welcome. It's good to see all you guys.
So thank you for having us. This is going to be an amazing presentation, and the most amazing part is that our teachers got to sit back and watch our wonderful students learn in a very, very active way and make that learning visible and purposeful. So I'd like to introduce 3 amazing teachers at Olive: Christina Lundy, Sarah Coyle, and Vicki Brown, who really made this come alive for all of our students. So enjoy.
Well, thank you for inviting us to be here this evening, and I really hope that you enjoy hearing about our journey with the legislative process from our 4th grade caucus, who are representing the 66 students who are participating in this seed sponsorship. So everything said, put on the slideshow, was all done by these 4th graders. So please enjoy.
Good evening. We are representing the Olive Elementary School 4th graders for Mrs. Brown's, Miss Coyle's, and Mrs. Lundy's classes. We are sponsoring the AB 1810 seed bill with Assemblyman Mark Levine of the 10th District. We know that seeds are the key to keeping healthy foods in our community. We, the 4th graders of Olive Elementary, are trying to pass this bill, AB 1810, so that people can share seeds freely amongst neighbors, seed libraries, and nonprofit groups. We know that seeds have been shared from one generation to another, and this action promotes healthy eating and living. We would like to see this practice continued between seed libraries and neighbors.
When we, the 4th graders, started this project back in December, we began by writing all the ideas we had that we thought the 4th graders had the right for living. Ideas came to our minds, and we furiously wrote them down on sentence strips. And after this uninterrupted brainstorming session, we shared our ideas with our peers and got some feedback from our peers. Some of the ideas we had dealt with were healthy food, transportation to school, and turning off lights at night so we can see the stars. These ideas were shared with Assemblymember Levine's office, and they combined their ideas with our ideas. Our idea for healthy food matched the idea of seed libraries being able to share seeds with schools and community gardens for healthy food. We think our ideas made Assemblymember Mark Levine think of this bill.
The 4th graders of Olive had a visit from 3 very special people. Ms. Sophia Andrade from Assemblymember Levine's office, Ms. Amy DeMant from the West Country Seed Library, and Mr. Miguel Villarreal from NUSD's Food Services. Ms. Sophia came in to show us how a bill becomes a law. Ms. Amy came in and showed us how seeds can be shared from generation to generation. Mr. Miguel showed us how this bill can be supportive to our school cafeteria food.
One of the ways we researched about seeds and seed libraries was by reading an article called How Seed Libraries Work. We use Google Classroom as a place for websites, articles, and videos to be posted for us to use as tools for research. We wrote about the good things about the seed libraries and the bad things or concerns about seed libraries. We asked questions about the bill so we can learn why some people want seed libraries and why some people do not want seed libraries.
Once we completed our research, the 4th graders were given the assignment to write sponsor letters for AB 1810, the Seed Exchange Act. We researched what we needed to put in the letters. We went on Google Slides and typed what was good about it, what the disadvantages were, and the questions we wanted to ask. We used Olive School letterhead, and we had to write why
it was important to have AB 1810 as a law, why we, the fourth graders, wanted the bill to become a law, and finally, the advantages of having the bill. After we printed the letters, we sent them to the Agricultural Committee of the California State Assembly. Then we shared copies of our letters with the fourth grade caucus. These letters were written by every fourth grader at Olive. If you wrote a letter for AB 1810, would you please stand up?
Wow, cool. Yes.
The Olive Elementary School 4th grade caucus have worked incredibly hard on this presentation for the board and for the presentation of the bill in Sacramento. We were selected because in our sponsorship letters, we wrote something very specific and heartfelt about why AB 1810 needs to be made into a bill. With our selection, we now had the daunting task of making sure that all of the ideas shared in the sponsorship letters were represented in the final letter that would be shared by 2 students in Sacramento. We read every single letter written by the 4th grade students and highlighted the most important details. After we were finished highlighting, we processed all of the information into a letter on paper. We then separated each paragraph into different sections on Google Docs. We divided into groups of 3, and each group wrote a paragraph on the agreed upon 4 points. When all of the paragraphs were fully written, we formed everything together into one giant letter. During this time period, the 4th grade caucus has had an amazing experience and learned how to work together as a team. Here are the 4 points that we felt were inclusive of all the 4th grade voices.
Our first point is we need to preserve seeds in case there's a natural disaster and all the crops are wiped out. Natural disasters can ruin the seeds. However, there still can be surviving seeds in a library. We need to preserve these seeds in seed libraries, and in case of a natural disaster, we would have access to preserve seeds for planting new crops. If there was a flood or an earthquake, a seed library would be able to help by giving seeds to farmers and farmers planting crops for people to eat. Our second point is sharing seeds can help people to expand friendliness around your town for free. It can also help to grow those seeds to make fruits and vegetables. When you plant your own seeds, it tends to be healthier than others because it is not processed. This will give the people that are less fortunate the ability to grow and eat healthier foods. Sometimes people can't afford fruits and veggies at stores, so instead they can plant their own seeds for healthy fruits and vegetables. When you plant more seeds and a seed library runs out of seeds, a school or community garden can give seeds back to the seed library for sharing. The point is that sharing seeds can help people's lifestyle.
Our third point is that something great about this bill is that while people are planting seeds, they may discover a new type of seed that can cure illnesses and diseases. Not only can it cure illnesses and diseases, but it also can produce many different types of medicines. Without crops, we won't have anything to turn into medicines to cure unknown diseases.
The fourth and final point is, in the past, people have been able to share seeds freely, but now there is a law that is not very clear, and we want to make the law clear about AB 1810. Seed libraries would like to share with other libraries and community groups like schools and neighborhoods. With this as a law, everyone can share seeds freely and make their communities healthier places to live. These seeds may prove to be helpful in the future and more valuable. By being able to freely exchange the seeds, this allows the seeds to be passed from one generation to the next generation. The act of sharing preserves the seeds for the future.
The fourth graders at Olive Elementary School presented the AB 1810 seed bill to California Assembly Agriculture Committee on Wednesday, March 30th, with two fourth grade representatives, Nico Beretta and Chloe Crowderow. The other Olive fourth graders sat nervously and excited in the audience while the two representatives presented to the needs of this bill, what the bill does, and the effects of the bill on the people of California. These representatives presented how the seed bill will help in case of a natural disaster, how it helps with seed sharing, making medicine, and how it preserves the history and future of seed sharing. Everyone in the Agriculture Committee who voted on the committee agreeing AB 1810 seed bill were for the bill, with the exception of one person who was neutral. The assembly voted on the bill and they all voted aye.
So, where is AB 1810 today? Well, this Exchange Act is presently on its way. It's scheduled to be in the Proprietary Committee meeting, which is the fiscally accountable committee this week, to find out how much it's going to cost for this bill to work. And if it passes, it will go on to the Assembly floor. And then if it passes, we'll have to do the whole thing all over again for the Senate. And the students would be asked to rewrite letters to sponsor the bill and go through the Senate Agriculture Committee. So our students will be participating on this journey for as long as they can. We'll see what happens when summer break happens. So as a student stated in our class, this is getting really big. And Mr. Villarreal has proposed the idea of using the insight of these students to research this question. How do we promote and educate students selecting a variety of foods in the school cafeteria? So it is exciting to see the excitement and enthusiasm in the twinkling eyes of these fourth graders as they embark on learning the content that is connected to the real world. Thank you to all of the fourth graders for putting in the time and effort to support this sponsorship. Thank you for the caucus for putting in the extra grit to represent the voices of their peers. Thank you to the tech team, plus two more, for putting together this slideshow to show our work. And thank you, NUSD, for having us here tonight. So.
Well, y'all did a great job, well-spoken, and the level of engagement's very impressive. I mean, you guys have engaged our government in many more ways than adults do. So admire the work that you've done and keep it up, and good luck in the Senate. Sure.
Yeah, good job.
Great idea.
Good job.
Guys up and turn around and let's get some pictures.
And so we can, yeah. No, we're just going to get out of the way.
So my understanding is this will be on YouTube and on the website. Is that our public relations officer?
This board meeting and their presentation?
Yes.
Yeah, NCTV is, Novato Community Television is taking this and they stream it, and it also, so it will be on YouTube, on their channel, and it will be also on the Comcast Channel 30. So, yeah. Good job, guys. Good job, guys.
Okay, so as we are settling after that wonderful presentation, I think we will bring it back to our next agenda item, which is announcements by the board. Our student board members had other duties tonight, and they may come later, but they're not going to be here in time for announcements. So, Trustee Millerick, do you have any?
No announcements.
Trustee Aguila.
Yes. Went to the DLAC meeting for this month. Parents, just be out on the lookout for surveys coming your way if you haven't gotten them already, both in Spanish and in English. So please do your best to reply to those surveys. And tomorrow, I believe, there'll be the Teens on the Screen over at Marin County Office of Education. So I believe you need to register for that, but that should be very exciting. And we also had those showings at both high schools, I believe. So we're excited about that, and the Blue Ribbon Coalition has done a lot of work on that. So I want to thank them. That's it. Oh, and I've just been doing some tours on my own to the different schools, and since we're talking about facilities and all that, so I've been just touring around, and it's a great way to know what's out there. So,
Trustee Scott.
Speaking of facilities, last week I was at the Samarin High facilities meeting, and it was well attended, and there was lively discussion, and I'm hoping maybe staff can comment maybe on that later, because I'd like to know if there's going to be a follow-up meeting for those folks. I know that the residents there were encouraging that. I know that they wanted to have another meeting, so I had to leave a little bit early, so I didn't hear the final on that. So I'd like to get some information on that. Thank you.
I as well have been attending the facility master plan meetings around the district, which is great to hear that a lot of us are really trying to get out and see that before it comes before the board, and we're seeing the schools and seeing what the input is. So it's great to hear that. School Fuel this time of year always does their Art Smart Showcase at North Bay Artworks, and so they had a little reception last Thursday, so I was able to go to that and see the art, and it was great. I believe it's all done, though, so I can't promote it anymore.
Trustee Mack, do you?
I'll spare everybody talking through a box. So.
All right, very. I attended the showcase, the School Fuel showcase as well on Friday evening, and enjoyed the art, and had a chat with some of the artists who were attending as well. So it's a good show. With that, Superintendent Hogaboom.
So today I started off this morning at Sunrise Rotary, and I think I see Jan Hutchison out there. So thanks for inviting me. That's Shelley's Rotary, and so now I've been to all three of the Rotaries. So we're going to see if we can try to find a way for us to, as a district, to maybe join all three of those somehow and bring the principals. So that was a great way to start the day. And Dale from the School Fuel came and talked about the tour Novato, so that was great news. Also this morning, the Marin County Office of Education had a Gold Ribbon Award validation visit to Hamilton. So there's Steve. So people, Mary Jane Burke and Raquel and some other people from the county came, and so looks like that whole process is going well. And really, Steve and you guys are doing a great job with your staff and everybody out at Hamilton. So we'll keep our fingers crossed, but I think that's looking really good. So thank you for all that. In terms of the Samarin High School facilities meeting, so yes, Shelley, we'll be following up on that. We'll probably have some more meetings at probably both high schools. I know that Adam's going to be meeting with his whole staff to get some more of their input tomorrow. We have great input at these facilities meetings, but we want to make sure we cover everybody, and we'll be following up probably with the music boosters and probably performing arts boosters, athletic boosters, so we can try to get some agreement around priorities, which is the goal, and it's kind of hard to do sometimes because you have different people who are interested in different programs and things. So bringing it all together will be the challenge that the board will have to try to put together a list of some facilities needs that we can all kind of agree on from a higher level. So there will be some follow-ups to that. And lastly, I'd like to turn it over to Ruth Ann, who's got a pretty amazing announcement about some good news that we just got today.
You may all remember that I think it was in about January, I partnered with the Y, and we wrote grant proposals for 4 preschool classes, one at Hamilton, one at Lucetton, one at Loma Verde, and one at Olive. And we got word from the state today that they are granted. And at this point, this year, as a startup year, they are awarding $355,762. And next year, for the whole year, $711,523. So it's really very exciting, and it's great.
Thank you.
So
That's
I'd like
awesome.
to thank not only Ruth Ann, but Jan Derby, who really encouraged us to apply for the grant. And I know the board and the whole district knows that preschool programs are so helpful to getting kids off on the right foot and helping to close the achievement gap. But Ruth Ann, really, you did an amazing job of getting all those grants together and should be really proud of yourself for, as Chris mentioned this morning, kind of a legacy of all those kids are going to go through preschool that wouldn't have happened if we didn't get that grant. So I know there's a lot more work to be done. Karen's a little concerned about the fiscal oversight that comes with all that from the state, but really that was good news because I know we all want to move towards universal preschool. So thanks again for all your work on that.
All right, so that concludes our announcement portion, and now it is time for any non-agenda public comment. And I do not have any non-agenda public comment as of yet, but if anyone has anything, they could step forward with a blue card now. Seeing none, we will go ahead and move on to item 13, which is our first staff report, an update on early success, school success initiative at work, and then Ruth Ann Bexton is up again.
Actually, I'm only going to take a minute because I'm just very proud to introduce 4 very wonderful principals that we're blessed with. And I want to mention that Don Jen is here from the Marin Community Foundation. We have other partners in the audience. The principals are going to talk about their work with the Early School Success Program that is funded by MCF and the Haas Family Fund, for which I'm very grateful. I think you, at this point, know that this is the 6th year, and they all have common goals to really raise the achievement of the subgroups, the same subgroups that the LCAP actually addresses, our English learners, our students of poverty, our foster students. And they're doing phenomenal work, and I don't want to take a minute of their time, actually. So tonight we have Steve from Hamilton, Bonnie from Lou Sutton, Teniat from Loma Verde, and there you are, Andy, and Andy from Linwood.
How many principals does it take to get a present? Yeah. I wish it was warmer in here. Anybody have a jacket?
I do. I'll like to borrow mine. So like Ruth Ann. So this is the goal, like Ruth Ann shared with us, but this has been PESA, Promoting Early School Success for All PESA. It's a goal from 6 years ago, and we're in year 6 now. Each of us tonight are going to speak about a different element. Teniat's going to do an overview. Andy's going to talk a little bit about cultural proficiency and the work we've done around equity. You can't hear me. And Steve will talk about data, and I'll finish with sustainability.
Hello, everyone. I will be talking about kind of the general overview of the grant. Loma Verde is the new kid on the block here. It is our year 1, but everyone's been working on this and is actually in their year 6. The tenets of the grant cover 6 elements, and I just want to give you just an overview. And you can see over here, they're listed. So a shared vision and partnership. What's really great about the grant work is that every school has been building and has a functioning design team that kind of supports and makes sure that the work that each school site is doing is sustainable. So that includes teachers, preschool directors, principals, and facilitators to really kind of strengthen the structures for the vision and collaboration that exists. Element 2 is creating a positive school climate. And there's been a lot of professional development for culturally proficient classrooms, pre-K through third. There's a lot of focus on social emotional curriculum within the classroom to really kind of boost that early childhood and make sure that the children are successful by the time they're getting into third grade. Element 3 is high quality teaching and learning and professional development. So coming up with systems that support collaboration within grade levels, coaching time, making sure that when they are given professional development, that the staff has time to kind of really digest the professional development and apply it in the classrooms in meaningful ways. The element 4 is vertical and horizontal alignment. Obviously, a big tenet of this work is the partnership with the preschools on campus, so really making sure that vertical articulation is solid and there's communication happening between preschool, our TK classrooms, our K classrooms, and is moving up through the grades all the way up to 5th grade. The work of the grant is focused on preschool through 3rd grade, but obviously the trickle-down effect, or trickle-up effect in this case, for 4th and 5th grade students is huge. There's a lot of focus on data and making sure that we have common data, and we're looking at data to really make impact on student success and closing the achievement gap. Element 5 is family engagement, strengthening the relationship that the community liaison and the family engagement director has with the community, and finding opportunities for all family members and families of different socioeconomic background and cultural background to meaningfully engage in the school. And element 6 is expanded learning opportunities to make sure that we are building systems where interventions are matching the students' needs and data is being assessed and is in a loop of a feedback loop. So data gives us information, and that we're designing interventions based on that information to reach all our students before school, after school, and in any learning opportunities that we can provide. So those are kind of the basic 6 elements that the grant covers, that we make goals and design the work that we're doing through. And now I'll let Andy take off.
Thank you, Teniat. So as was mentioned earlier, a big part of this is a lot of really dedicated work from design teams at our sites. So I want to recognize we got a lot of folks here in the audience who are members of the design team. Give us a wave if you're on a design team. Fabulous. And so they really do. They devote hours and hours of time beyond the school day, after their brains have already worked hard all day helping out with kiddos, to be able to sit down and really plan for this. And it shows just a tremendous level of commitment. And it's been exciting to see how those partnerships grow as well. So I get to talk a little bit about cultural proficiency and equity. As you'll see there in the first bullet, culturally relevant pedagogy is a big piece of this. As we're reaching out to our more at-risk, underserved students, a lot of times it's a matter of us adapting our ways rather than asking them to adapt themselves to the school system. And so one of the ways we do that is make sure our pedagogy really fits culturally well with them. So that can be either through the study that's been done, like through the Lindsay's work around cultural proficiency. It also means things as simple as GLAD strategies that we know are best practices for making learning accessible to all students. For understanding culture and its role in education, we want to, again, just make school more accessible. That means we have more go to them rather than ask them to come to us opportunities as well, because for a lot of our families it's difficult for them to come to the school. Maybe they've had limited schooling opportunities or negative schooling experiences themselves. So giving them a chance for us to reach out to them and really go to them to connect with the school, as well as drawing them in through parent education opportunities. One specific opportunity Linwood does on Saturdays is a parent university, where we've got a series of courses about 45 minutes each that we run them through the whole morning, and it's a very intensive chunk of learning there. And of course, we're really excited about the community liaisons and the wonderful relationship building they do. And so it's fabulous to see, as Bonnie will talk about too, the commitment that we're making as a whole district around that as well. One of the most exciting new items we've done recently is equity walks with Dr. Nancy Dome. And this is basically taking a whole new lens, looking at our classrooms and school spaces to really say, what are we representing to our students? Because a lot of times, you're not aware of what you're blind to, right? So you need to have another set of eyes on them. And so we're actually partnering together with our teachers to go through and look at classrooms and see what does the environment, just starting with that, what does that look like basically, and making sure it's representing equity and cultural proficiency better. So some of the ways that occurs is just mindfulness of modeling diversity well. So rather than just buying like the standard teacher alphabet or whatever that you can buy at Teacher's Helper or something like that, selecting something that truly represents a broad swath of the world's citizens, and even ones who aren't represented within the classroom, so that the kids have a chance to see, we expect that people are going to be experiencing all aspects of life, no matter what they look like or where they come from. And then we're looking at things like our homework policies that we've been chewing on about how those are equitable or not. I'm going to give you a little teaser about growth mindset and some of the ways we're trying to infuse that in kids, because you'll hear more from me when we go to site plans in a few minutes around that too. But then First School's culture of caring is a really exciting one that we're just starting to delve into at Hamilton and Linwood, and already have jumped into at Loma Verde and Lou Sutton. And that kicks it off perfectly for Steve, talking about data, because there's some great, robust data that we're getting from EduSnap.
Yes, there is. Thanks, Andy. All right, how do I move this thing? I love data. So, COUGH, CASP, MAP, GOLD, DRDP. What am I missing? There's so many assessments that we give our kids. Normally, we take this on a surface level because we're so busy, and we take a glance at how our kids are doing. This year, or last year, it started last year, through the grant and Jan, we've been looking at going deeper into the data. And so we sent teams down to MCOE, and they spent 4 days going through the data, rolling up their sleeves and looking deep. And the results were, they already did our single plans for us, basically. So I want to go through. Can you do that for me again? Thank you. So if you look that way, they went in and they looked at the trends of the data. And like I said, for Hamilton, they had 8 different assessments. They looked at the positive trends and the negative trends. And then they worked together and they developed an action plan. And as you see, for example, as teachers will increase the amount of reading time they provide for students in class. And then they went further, drilled down deeper, and they looked at the implementation process, how they're going to do it. And then they went even further and they looked at what the student outcomes would look like. And they did it, and I had this huge packet through all of our assessments, including social emotional, English language arts, mathematics, and instructional practices. I used to be a research analyst for Department of Corrections, right? So you see the easy segue to elementary principal. You got it now? And this is probably the most in-depth look at data I've ever seen. It built teams, leaders at our sites. It energized some folks who went dormant. I'm excited about the work next year, very excited. And also this will just translate really well to our single plans for next year. So I feel like we're ahead of the game. And I feel like we have a great plan and some great action steps. So with that, Bonnie.
So as we look forward, one of our big goals tonight is to communicate with you, because we're, of course, looking for sustainability. This grant initiative was set up as a 5-year grant, and you heard earlier we're in year 6. I'm on the county advisory committee for the grant, and MCF and the Haas family are agreeing to look at year 7 and year 8, which is awesome for us. But at some point, the grant will go away, and our goal is to have some systems in place to ensure the continuity of the work. And so some things have already happened. One, it's a thank you to the school board and the district that the school board has agreed to fund community liaisons at all schools in Novato next year. So as the grant group, the 3 schools and now 4 schools this year with Loma Verde joining us, we've had community liaisons for the last 5 years, or 6 years, since we're in year 6 of the grant. And it is more than a gift. We cannot operate our schools without our community liaisons. So that's huge to hear that it's now being taken on by the district. There was talk earlier about counseling, so we know that's in the work. Currently, our schools have counseling, again, funded by the grant, and we have for the last 6 years. Fortunately, we'll be able to continue to do funding through the grant for counseling service, but really appreciate that the district and the school board's looking at counseling for all of our schools as well. And then you heard the good news tonight from the state accepting the grant for preschools. This is a pre-K to 3 initiative, and we have partnered with our preschool partners since the beginning, knowing that the achievement gap starts on the first day of kindergarten, and we can help alleviate that a bit by meeting the needs of our 4-year-olds and bringing them into school for preschool. Another area for sustainability, the grant has had, as you heard from Teniet, one of the elements has been for the last year, 6 years, on cultural proficiency, and we've had amazing PD from MCF, MCOE, and the Haas family. But really excited that the last couple of years, NUSD is also partnering with the National Equity Project and others with a focus on equity. So again, really aligning nicely with the work that we're doing through MCF and the Haas family with our cultural proficiency work. Something else that will help with sustainability is the systems that we're putting into place. So we're just in the last couple of years, and it took us this long, but to realize that we have to have some systemic change. And so we're doing distributed leadership and shared leadership by involving our teachers more in the committee work, and that by getting more teachers involved in the different committees, cultural proficiency committee, we have a data team committee, we have family engagement committee, some of us have social emotional committees. All these different committees means that there's more teachers involved in the decision-making process and in the leadership, which will also help for sustainability. And then finally, what you heard Steve talk about with this awesome work that we had with the data teams and our teachers that were trained to be data leaders. We are aligning our school goals with our MCF and goals because the data that we're receiving through MCF and all the work we're doing there is setting up perfectly for our school site plans. So you'll see some alignment mostly going forward for next year. And then the last 2 pieces, MCF, I was fortunate to be sent by MCF in this initiative 6 years ago to Harvard for the week to talk about the pre-K to 3 initiative and the work that needs to be done to close the achievement gap for our underserved students. And one of the things I heard when I was at Harvard 6 years ago is that this work will never be sustained unless we talk about it. So our opportunity tonight to talk with you, communicate with you about how important this work is for all students, but mostly for our underserved population is really valuable to us. So I appreciate you taking the time tonight. And then here's the research about why. And then finally, I just really want to thank Dawn for the partnership. Our other funder is not here, Veronica Reed from the Haas family. And then we work really closely with Jan Derby as well. Last thing I'll say is that there are 4 schools in Novato that have the grant, the 4 of us, which also means that there's 4 elementary schools that do not have the grant. And going forward, we'd like to propose that each of us buddy up or partner with another school to share some of this work on an ongoing basis. And also, Jan shared that MCOE and MCF will be happy to allow or invite principals from the 4 schools that don't have the grant to come to some of the PD. And just this year, we did a big dinner to celebrate all this work. And one of the principals, who's been a principal for 40-something years, shared a statement, and I agreed with it. He said, for 40 years, this is my 28th year in education, but in my 28 years, I've never had as good PD as I have through Don and MCF, and he shared that he'd never had as good PD in 40 years. So we have this amazing work happening, and we hope to partner next year with the other 4 schools, and then continued partnership with the district. Thank you.
All right, so this is a report, so it's time for the board to ask questions or make comments. Do we have anybody who would like to ask a question or make a comment? Trustee Aguila and then Trustee Butler.
I just have a comment, and that's to thank all of you for all the hard work you've done. And this is really exciting, especially the 3 great news. So thank you very much for your hard work.
Trustee Butler.
Just really glad to hear, one of my questions was the other 4 elementary schools. So glad to hear that we're taking our best practices and spreading that across the district. So thank you, MCF, for extending that and giving our principals that professional development as well. And this has been a great partnership with the Marin Community Foundation. I can't thank them enough as a trustee, and the changes that you're making, systemic change, as it was said, with our pre-K to 3, and how important it is that we get these students as soon as we can, and it avoids the long-term effects later on down the line in their education. So thank you.
Trustee Milrick.
2 points. First, the community outreach. I'm thrilled to see that you're doing it and it's so effective, and every one of you acknowledge that really is a connection to the community. It allows you to break down barriers that you didn't even know existed, and I appreciate that. And thank you to the Marin Community Foundation and the Haas family. This is allowing Novato to take some actions that would just not be possible in any other way. And it's not just financial, it's clearly professional leadership, and that's wonderful. Thank you.
So
I'll just reiterate what my colleagues have said, and I just want to appreciate the feedback on the liaison. That's good to hear that they're working hard out in the community and helping our sites, and I'm just really pleased that we have that at all of our sites now. It's good to get that outreach. And again, thanks to MCOE and the Haas family. It's incredible work we're doing as a partnership, so thank you.
Okay. Trustee Mack, would you like to talk to us through the box? Are you good?
I'll spare you.
All right, thanks. Just want to make sure we're inclusive. I want to take a minute and thank everyone as well. A special appreciation to the Marin Community Foundation, to Don, and to the Haas Family Fund for helping us through this. I know how hard you teachers and administrators have worked on this over the last few years. I've attended a few meetings, and it's been some pretty serious knuckle down work, and I just want to recognize that. I appreciate what you've done, and the success is there because I kept writing down systemic change. Our system is going to do these things on our own. We need to make this part of our culture, our budget, our environment, so that we're not having to rely on grant funding solely. So I think it's a success story on its way. I heard distributive leadership for the first time in my life, probably, but that's a great thing. Because I see that as a conduit to get to these other 4 elementary schools. It's a way to get the professional development. We use PD maybe 100 times. For those of you who don't know, the professional development at PD, or training our staff to do things to the best of their ability. So a lot of respect and accolades and appreciation to you guys for the work that you've done, and I look forward to being part of the ongoing transformation. And please let me know if you think there's anything that this board can do to help. Thanks again. Oh, Don Jen. Don, would it be okay if you could come up here so that everyone could hear you? Thank you.
This is really just a reaction to the presentation to you tonight. What was really sweet for me to hear is the connection to your single plans for student achievement and the LCAPs, so that we aren't doing siloed kinds of work, and that the integration of this is truly happening. So that was absolutely great to hear your staff present to you. The other thing, absolutely great, is the emphasis on data. And just to let you know, give you a heads up, as the foundation has done this work across the county, we've had the opportunity to document some of the practices that have occurred and how they align to the national thinking that Bonnie referenced that Harvard and others have put together behind this. So we've created a number of learning briefs to share how this fits into the national framework, as well as good practices happening right here in Marin. Part of the intent of that was to have Novato learn from San Rafael, learn from each other with Shoreline and Sausalito Marin City, and to say that the last brief in that series is going to be one about data. We're really excited that that's being generated. It'll have examples from each of the districts, and our intent is to have an event where we will invite school trustees from across the 4 districts to participate with us to sort of say, let's celebrate the good use of data in our community. So thank you.
Definitely look forward to that. Thank you for your comments. Don Jen with the Marin Community Foundation. If there's nothing further, we'll move on to our next item, and that is a discussion action item. 14A, approval of the Assistant Superintendent of Education Services, and our Superintendent, Jim Hogaboom, will present.
Try and exit out, sorry.
That's okay.
There you go.
So thanks, President Nell. So I am super excited tonight to bring before you approval of Assistant Superintendent of Ed Services. So before I introduce that candidate, I would kind of just like to trace briefly how we started with this. So we had looked at kind of reorganization in the district. We're really here to support the school sites. That's really the main reason our district is here. And to do that, we need great people at the district office. And so we have 2 assistant superintendents, one for business and one for human resources. And so we worked with school services to reorganize a little bit of both of those departments this year. So that's taken place. And with the retirement of Ruth Ann and eliminating the position of Director of Elementary Programs, that gave us an opportunity to add an assistant superintendent for Ed Services. So to me, that's really important because it's much more helpful to have one person in charge of not only curriculum and instruction, but also student services and special education. So we can kind of bring all those groups together. And, arguably curriculum instruction is the heart and soul of our district. Besides money and besides people, we need to make sure that our programs are innovative and that we're engaging our students in learning. So Chris did a fantastic job, really appreciated it, putting together an amazing process. We had about 30 applicants that applied for this job. A lot of times when we go out for jobs these days, we do not get the high quality candidates. This time that was not the case. We got outstanding candidates, and so we did some paper screening and narrowed the pool down from 30 to 6 people that were interviewed by a panel of 16 people. So we had certificated staff, we had classified staff, we had so teachers and classified and principals and district office people and some parents and students. So they gave all their input, and 4 people were moved on for a final interview. One of those decided to stay where she was. So we interviewed, Chris and Karen and I interviewed a final 3 people. And so there was one person that really stood out to us of all those. So that's the person I'd like to talk about now. A school district in any organization is built on great people, and I think Novato is a great place to be. But we're great because of the people that we have here. And that really, kudos. I think the school board starts with you guys. You guys are a great team. You know what you're doing. You know how to run the district. You have great experience. You ask great questions. So I think it starts with the school board, and it goes with our certificated staff and our classified staff. Teamwork that I think we have in this district, and collaboration, which is amazing. And then we have great administrators as well. So I think we have a fantastic person to add to our list of new people. So I would like to introduce the candidate for Assistant Superintendent of Ed Services, and that's Ivan Chaidez. Ivan is currently working in the Napa Unified School District. So real briefly, he grew up in Salinas, but he went to UC Davis. He's been a football coach. He's been a high school Spanish teacher. He's bilingual. He was a principal at Dixon High School up in Dixon. He's also been an assistant principal. He's worked at the district office in a couple different jobs, but he brings a wealth of experience in terms of his knowledge, including alternative education, project-based learning, our English language learners working on the LCAP, which I know he dreams about all the time, GATE programs, PBIS and intervention, assessments, equity, a strong commitment to equity, dual immersion. A couple of his sons are in the dual immersion, his beautiful family sitting there next to him, who we'll introduce in a minute. But really, it was Yvonne's passion for education and teaching and learning. He has extremely amazing recommendations. His superintendent, Patrick Sweeney from Napa, I know pretty well, who was pretty heartbroken at the thought of losing Yvonne. And he's exactly the kind of high-quality person that we need in Novato. Currently, he's living in Woodland, but he's going to be coming down here to Novato if the board approves this position tonight. So I can't tell you how thrilled we are with the quality of your integrity and your commitment to students and to equity. I think you're a perfect fit for our district. Plus, you like to have fun, so we always like that. So with that, I would like to ask Yvonne to come on up here and say a few words and introduce his beautiful family that's sitting there next to him. So Yvonne, you want to come up?
Well, good evening. Buenas noches a todos. Thank you for those kind words. It's always kind of awkward to have someone kind of read your resume, and it's a passion, everything that you've mentioned. And first of all, I just want to thank the school board for this opportunity and for your vote of confidence, and thank our superintendent Jim Hugeboom and Chris and Karen for this process. During the interviews, I really got that sense of family and passion from all the various community people in the interviews, as well as our principals. So I'm very passionate about education, about public education, and your goals. Congratulations. The goals that the board has set, the vision. That's the way we're going to transform lives of all of our students and really instill those 21st century skills. And I'm very excited about the presentation I just saw. Everything you were hitting was like right on. That's where we're going. And it's about transforming the lives of our kids and also their families. And so my family is very happy to join the Novato family. And we have my son, who's in 6th grade currently. His name's Keone. Kai is in 5th grade. My wife, Nicole. And then our 3rd grade son, Keanu. My wife is part Hawaiian, so that's for the names of the Hawaiian names. We love multiculturalism, so even our family, very diverse. So again, I'm very excited to join you all and to work together on and collaborate. A lot of collaborations. Thank you.
You can. Go ahead, I'll second.
So with that, I would like to recommend to the board the approving the contract for the new Assistant Superintendent of Ed Services, Yvonne Chides.
All right. So questions or comments? And Trustee Aguila, you had your hand up if you'd like to.
It's an action item, so I was going to move.
It is an action item.
That we recommend hiring him.
Okay, so that's a motion to approve the contract. Very good. Anyone else we have?
Second? Okay.
Well, I have a second by Trustee Mack. And so I have a first and a second, and if there aren't, I just wanted to, I'll take a second to thank you for your kind words about us, and we look forward to working with you and welcome. I think you also hit the nail right on the head with what it is we're trying to do here with the district, and I think that with your skill set and your experience, you'll be very helpful with us to accomplish those goals. So again, welcome to you and your family and your sons to Novato, and we look forward to seeing you around town. All right, thank you. All right, so with that, all those in favor, I have 6 in favor and 1 absent, so the contract is approved. Welcome.
Mr. President, so do we have a start date for our new Assistant Superintendent of Education?
It's July 1st of this year.
Cool, good. Plenty of time to find a house, move in, get in a little league. Good.
Okay, so it's time to move on to our Item 14B, which is approval of our 2015-16 single plans. And Ruth Ann, are you going to kick off on this one? Thank you.
I want to say welcome to our new assistant superintendent. I know that the principals who are elementary are very excited about having you arrive, since we're looking to dual immersion in one school and the work that's being done in the others. So welcome, and welcome to your family. I hesitate to say very much about the single plans, since this is your fourth time to be listening. So, and I thought it was great that last time Jarek just started bringing folks up. But I will remind you that all schools are continuing to focus on making academic gains for all students. Each principal, in collaboration with their site council, their PTA, their ELAC, and their staffs actually have established their goals, and they all have goals in the areas of math, language arts, and school and culture. And tonight you're going to hear from about the Pleasant Valley Single Plan, San Ramon, Linwood, Lou Sutton, and Hamilton, and then San Marin. So it's largely elementary tonight.
Okay. So good evening, Board of Trustees and Superintendent Jim Hogeboom. Thank you so much for taking the time to review the Pleasant Valley School Plan and to listen to my presentation. I am really going to try to make it under 3 minutes, so I might talk really, really fast. So I am Dana Sedan. I'm the principal at Pleasant Valley School. This is my third year at PV, and over this time we have experienced tremendous growth, and we've incorporated huge changes in our classrooms and in our instructional practices. So I want to take this opportunity actually to publicly thank my incredible team of teachers and staff for their courage, commitment, and professionalism. They approach every new development with a positive attitude that is truly inspiring, and they work very, very hard. So, and I also want to thank our phenomenal PTA, who does so much to support everything that we're doing at PV, giving of their time, talent, and treasure in such an outstanding way that makes many of our programs possible. So as I'm sure you saw in our single plan, it's a 2-year plan, so there haven't been a huge number of changes this year, but we have added a few things to it, and we have continued to refine our programs and instructional practices. So I thought, putting together a slideshow of some of the things that we're doing, because sometimes a picture tells more stories than words. So to begin with, our ELA goal essentially focused on students will increase their proficiency as measured by CAST, MAP, and ESGI. And you've seen some of the percentages there. One of the biggest things that for us was the CELT kids who grew at least one CELT level. But we'll talk about some of these things, Lucy Calkins and our credentialed specialists. So the big thing that we did this year is when we were looking at our CASP and MAP results, that's kind of what informed our ELA focus this year. Our CASP in language arts fell very much in the average range, which was kind of shocking for us because we've always been in a higher range. So we have really knuckled down and looked down at things that we can focus on. So reading comprehension, obviously, but we also really embraced the Lucy Calkins writing. I was really fortunate to hire a 5th grade teacher who was a Lucy Calkins coach, and I also sent one teacher to New York last year, and those two, talking about distributive leadership, have really driven our Lucy Calkins writing program. We also had one teacher from each grade level attend the district training last summer. That's been the writing committee. We meet every month and we discuss what's happening in classrooms, how we can push it forward. And as a school, we've done a tremendous job of embracing Lucy Calkins. So these are just some examples. You know, we've seen such a huge increase in the amount and quantity and quality of student work. So in terms of kindergarten writing, here you've got an example of first grade writing, and this is all student-generated stuff, so it's really kind of exciting. This is second grade stuff. That used to be that teachers would do a chart, you know, and kids would copy from it, but that's actually students engaging with material of their choice and really doing a phenomenal job with that. This is what a fourth grade writing workshop would look like. And here's an example of some fifth grade descriptive writing. So the level is really growing tremendously. Here we've got some conferencing, which is part of the program. And part of what we're thinking is that writing and reading go hand in hand together. The better writer you are, the better reader you are, the better reader, the better writer. So we're really excited about these results. One of our really big, here's also fifth graders also doing some writing, okay, sort of collaborative. One of our big successes, I feel, is our RTI ELD program. We have 2 part-time credentialed teachers who work in small groups with EL students, teaching 30 minutes of ELD instruction every day. And they also work with intervention, provide intervention to our Tier 2 students. And they collect a lot of data. We can track the progress of kids who need additional support, and we are seeing some tremendous results. 67% of our EL students achieved an increase of 1 CELT level. That's not including all of our kids who were reclassified. So it is really impactful, this program, and we're very proud of it. So there's one of them. These are some of the kids who increased their CELT scores. And here is a response to intervention group that you can see. The other thing that we've done a lot with this year is really focus on collaborative learning and PBL. So every student gets at least 2 units of PBL, 2 PBL units every year, if not more in some classrooms. They've really embraced the collaborative learning model, and we realize at PV that collaboration, it's not just our teaching practice, but it's also our classroom setup. So with the help of our very generous PTA, we were able to purchase collaborative desks for 3rd through 5th grade. So all of those classrooms already have collaborative desks. But one thing that's been really interesting is we realized that not every student needs a desk. So now 4th and 5th grade teachers are passing those desks on to the lower grades, and you see there's a space where there's rugs, there's coffee tables, there's benches, there's different things. So they've really explored and experimented with that, which has been really exciting. And really trailblazing. So here's some examples of some of the collaboration that's happening. This is a science lesson in genetics that they're not playing cards. So PBL Curiosity Project. And here they are collaborating. Here you can see they've got these coffee tables and just the collaborative spaces that they've got going on. Technology is another huge thing. 2 years ago, we still had a computer lab. We no longer have that computer lab. And in that time, we have managed to purchase 3 iPad carts and 8 Chromebook carts, actually 7 Chromebook carts, and 1 is the one-to-one pilot. And we are purchasing an additional 2 carts, hopefully, this year. So we'll have at least 2-to-1 devices, if not 1-to-1, which is what we're actually striving for. And again, that's with the assistance of our PTA and our Common Core funds. But the PTA has been very, very supportive with that. So it's been a huge learning curve for teachers. They've had to learn not only how to administer tests, but also everything else that goes with that, how to integrate technology effectively and meaningfully into their curriculum. Here you can see kids using EduCreation in kindergarten to create slideshows. We do keyboarding with Keyboarding Without Tears in 2nd grade, because kids need to be proficient in keyboarding for the CASP assessment in 3rd grade. Let's see. Here you've got kids doing a stop-action film It's really cool what they can create with that. And here you'll see that technology is integrated throughout the classroom in a seamless kind of way. So here they're working on dream vacations. In terms of our second goal in math, again, we had average success in CASP. So we've really been focusing on delving deeper into math. We've been very fortunate in having Kath Nam as a coach. She comes to staff meetings, we have grade level planning meetings, she pushes into that, she pushes into classrooms. That's been phenomenal. We also have 7 teachers who are participating in Eileen Smith's camps initiative. They are bringing things back. And we are really focusing on math discourse, student problem solving, communication of evidence, reinforcing the 8 mathematical practices in classrooms, problem of the month, Mars tasks, all of those things. So here you can see first graders collaborating. Here they are working on the Mars task, which is a really wonderful assessment, gives us all kinds of interesting information. And here we've got an example of a math talk. And here's a 3rd grade math talk. And problem of the month is something that we do across the school, and it's really interesting to see how at different grade levels they're solving those. So we need to provide teachers an opportunity to collaborate together for extended periods of time in order to incorporate all of these changes. So at PV, teachers get 6 full planning days every year throughout the year. So that really does provide them time to collaborate, to look at student data, to analyze what's happening, to establish best practices, and we're hoping that we'll see an increase in our scores as a result of this. Work with the coaches, that kind of thing. Our school culture, our goal is safe, positive, respectful learning community. Thank you so much to the district. We now have a new community liaison who just started last month. She's already starting to lead the ELAC meetings and meet with parents and support them and provide resources, so that's phenomenal. And part of what we do with our school goals, so we've got a lot of trying to inform parents about all the changes that are happening, because there's a lot happening. So we have had family writing night, we've had a tech night, we've had hour of code night, we've had technology night, we've had family science and math night, just trying to incorporate them and to experience what it is that we're doing. And PTA also does all of their other community events. We have also invested in 2 Novato Youth Center counselors, one, again, with PTA support, so we have 2 days a week. They're invaluable, really supporting kids. And the other thing that we did this year is we adopted Soul Shop. We did that presentation in the fall about Soul Shop, and that's our social emotional program. So Amy comes every month and leads workshops at each grade level. She's done staff development. She's done a parent information night. We also have the 35 peacekeepers. You met some of them at the board last time. So this is all of them. And they do resolve conflict on the playground. This is them at work. We're also now looking into possibly mindfulness training for students, because the research shows that a good SEL program along with SE program along with mindfulness is really effective. So we're looking into that. And I invite you all to come to our open house on Thursday to see some of the stuff that's happening. It's Thursday at 6 p.m. And I think that will be it. I hope it was not more than 5 minutes, but that's it. All's well that ends well. Okay.
Just, quick check-in with the board. I have a question from Trustee Scott and then
Yes.
Trustee Butler.
Just something just occurred to me. When you said that the 2nd graders needed to be proficient on a keyboard, that was alarming for me. I thought that was kind of a young age. And curious, are we still teaching penmanship, cursive writing?
Absolutely.
Okay,
So
good.
cursive, we decided 2nd grade rather than 3rd grade because 3rd grade is cursive writing.
Okay.
The expectation is in 4th grade, you're doing everything in cursive.
Okay.
But yes, we have to do both of them. So again, hard to find all that time in a day to do the keyboarding and the penmanship and everything, but yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Nicely done. Am I next?
You are. Then
Oh.
Trustee Aguila.
Okay. One of the things I just read in your weekly e-blast is the learning walks. You just had some teachers go on that, which I think is great. And to do it this late in the year, I think is even better because a lot of teachers have implemented many things and have time to test it and see. And so how did that go? Is that still a positive thing with among the
Yes.
teachers and doing that and continuing doing that?
I think it went really well. We were looking at engagement and collaboration. So really, after doing that walk, it really initiated a whole change in furniture, actually. Huge shift in furniture. There's all kinds of stuff outside. But also looking at how engaged kids are in different environments and when things, choice, they kept, that's because they would talk to the kids and the kids kept saying, it's the choice. We have choice where to sit. We have choice what we're going to write about. We have choice about this. So the kids were very engaged all the way through. So that was exciting.
Good.
It was very exciting.
One of the things Olive does, and I don't know if this might help with parents, is they do an instructional tour for parents
That's a great idea.
during the school day. And that might
Mhm.
help with parents wanting to know what is happening in the classroom.
Yes, I think that's a great idea. Well, actually, I'm really impressed by so much of what's happening, and I really want to join along with the MCF, all that data analysis. It would be great. So I think that will be really fun to share best practices across schools as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, Trustee Aguila.
One of your goals is for more parent participation and to increase it. And so I was wondering how you mentioned, parents forums, and you mentioned a lot of surveys as well coming their way in the Chicks survey, which is we should be getting pretty soon. But I'm wondering. How would you, because to me there's a difference between parent participation and parent engagement. And so great that we're having, especially I'm very proud of PV for such parent participation, and involvement. And so I believe that's the great key to a successful school is parent participation and engagement. So my question is, you talk about a parent forum coming up, right? In your report, and so when I want to just give you a chance to talk about that. Do you have any
Sorry,
coming
a
up?
parent forum?
Yes, you talked about parent forum, so and community forums. So
Well, community forums, I
and
think
goal,
I'm talking.
goal 8.
Okay,
Your
so I'll have
goal-
to go pull it. Sorry.
Oh, okay. So that's okay. That
Okay.
So basically, I just wanted you to have an opportunity to, since we're on TV, to maybe talk about how that would work and when's your next one, and advertise it and promote it, and if you have any coming up.
So you're talking like parent coffees, that kind of thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we do have one coming up. I don't have the date offhand, but we will be having one coming up either the end of April, beginning of May. So I can send you that information. Were we talking about those?
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Hopefully we'll have good participation. Good.
That it? All right, thank you very much.
Okay,
Appreciate
thank
that.
you. Did I pick everything?
Our student trustees entered the room. You want to?
Oh. Sure, well, welcome. We'll
Don't just sneak in. We got to make
we'll
sure
sneak
you know.
we'll sneak that in after the this agenda item. A townie.
Hello. Good evening. My name is Amanda Langford. I'm the principal of San Ramon Elementary School, and I'm happy tonight to share with you the second year of the school plan that I took over from Mr. Klein. And it's been a phenomenal year. We have a great staff. We have wonderful families, community members that are very involved, and the students, spending the time with the students and being at the school site again has been priceless. And so tonight, my goal in my 3 minutes is to share with you just some of the highlights in connection to the 3 goals that we have in our school site plan. So first, our first goal, as rest of the schools, is to increase student achievement in English language arts. And so our goal is to reach all students. I just have a couple of pictures just as I go through sharing some of the attributes I'd like to share with you tonight. Our goal is to increase the achievement of all students, and we use that by looking at our data and increasing the scores in MAP, CASP, CELT, benchmark assessments, and multiple measures that we use throughout the school day. Underneath that, we also have a targeted populations that we do look at some of our struggling students, and especially our English language learners and our SED kids, in order to determine what their needs are and how we can support them and to proficiency as well. This is a picture, we have an RTI task force. Last year at San Ramon, they implemented the Learning Center model. And with the Learning Center model, we have an RTA task force that looks at data, that looks at MAP, now looks at CASP, and looks at benchmark assessments as well, to determine how we can create small groups that target certain skills to focus for some of our students that are not proficient. And the team as a whole, it includes our special education department, because we have 2 SDC classes, an RSP teacher, and general ed teachers as well. Look at the data to determine how we can target literacy instruction for these students. We started the year with focusing on literacy and math, and realized that we needed to really look at literacy achievement in order to support fluency and comprehension, which will in turn help our math scores as well. One of our other focuses in ELA this year was Writer's Workshop. As Ms. Sidon mentioned at Pleasant Valley, we were fortunate enough to be able to purchase the units of study, Writer's Workshop. We actually even have it in our TK class, TK through 5. And with that, it allows all students to be exposed to nonfiction reading in addition to writing. And it is direct instruction that our teachers have been trained on at this point in order to support students' achievement in writing. And it allows students also to focus on analysis. This is an example of a 3rd grade class, and it was a writing task in connection to the Giving Tree. And they are writing persuasive document. But so in doing the persuasive document, there's all of these opportunities for students to collaborate and discuss and work in teams to create their final work. And so it's really interesting to watch, and it's really amazing to see the transformation that the school's gone through. And so this year, all the teachers, agreed to try all the units, and now we're perfecting it, and we're providing more materials. And so next year will be even more exciting as we get further into it and teachers gain expertise. And then the final piece is technology. We just finished our final purchase so that our school as a whole will be 2-to-1 with technology. And we have the Chromebooks and iPads directly in the classrooms. We actually even have 2 classrooms that are 1-to-1 with the support of the district office with our 4th grade class with the materials. And then we also decided to have a 5th grade class 1-to-1. This allows the teachers to collaborate and work together. And they're using multiple things, just to highlight a few within the regular classroom. AR, Google Classroom, which the Home Connect link with AR, Alexia. We purchased Keyboarding Without Tears, K5, which also has a digital citizenship component and some practice for CASP and so forth like that. The second goal being increasing student achievement in math. So again, we're trying to reach all students, and in various ways using activities and not just repetition and extra practice. This is an example of some of the kindergartners. The math adoption and collaboration also this year of purchasing everyday math for kindergarten and math expressions for 1st through 5th grade has also been invaluable as teachers have the outline and the scope and sequence of this program that's aligned with Common Core. And we thank Eileen Smith for her leadership with that last year. And then this year, we've been able to have further staff development with the support of Kath Naum and Michelle Stevens here at the district office as well, in incorporating math and science together in more of a PBL unit and practice for our students. And then again, technology is an important component for math. Again, with the 1-to-1 and 2-to-1, we've purchased Reflex Math just recently as a school site, which allows the students to target their math fluency. We're looking at other programs, including SumDog, and then we also use Khan Academy and so forth, so pushing the technology into the classroom. And finally, our third goal was to increase attendance rate at our school community and parent meetings. And our goal was to increase the attendance by 10%. We wanted to reach all families, and so we have a variety of different events that we have throughout the year. This is a picture of our National Walk and Roll to School Day, where we all met at a family's house down the street, and we had community members, the fire department, the CHP, Novato Police Department, and we walked, hundreds of families walked together. It was a great event. That kicked off earlier in the year. Tomorrow night, I'd like to invite you to Family Art and Science Night, which is put on by the teachers. And families are invited to come. It's inquiry-based, so it's not about an end product, but about the inquiry process with students. This year, we added a report card family information night. We also did an hour of code and other events. One of our targeted events was our ELAC. We did actually start, I will admit, this year with an ELAC meeting that didn't have any attendance. The next meeting, we had one. And with a gift from the Novato School District, we received a community liaison. In our last meeting, we had 11 families come. So we've met our 10% and then some, and we're excited to have another meeting again in April, and families are spreading the word. So that community outreach piece has been amazing. And then our PTA meetings as well. We have a fabulous PTA that does a lot of family outreach and sponsors amazing programs for our school. And one of the interesting pieces is we have so many volunteers that come through our classrooms each day and so many involved parents, but then when it was coming to the PTA meetings and taking a role in voting for programs and budgets and so forth, we didn't have the same attendance. So this year we focused on having like a spotlight speaker at each of our PTA meetings to have a little bit of an extra focus to entice parents to come. Superintendent Hogenboom came to one meeting. We've done science, we've done technology, we're gonna do literacy next, we've done math. And done some hands-on experiences for the parents. It seems to be helping. Our attendance is also increasing. And then finally is the communication piece. And the communication piece is so important and ultimately is the glue to all of our school. And so we're looking at other ways to communicate with parents, and the office staff, it is one of the big focus for the office staff as well. And so the new website that we'll be moving to next year will be a big piece of that. So we're working as a staff on how we can really strengthen that and make it user-friendly for our students and our families, and even prospective families. We're looking at testing out an app this year that easily has a calendar app for reminders for parents. And then we use the data system. School in Motion has been a great way to reach parents as well. So just a few quick notes. You know, there's always next step as we're doing wonderful things, but next steps as we're thinking at next year and overall, looking at health and wellness, like Ms. Sadon mentioned as well, a good component of social emotional proficiency, and being able to look at coping mechanisms, characteristics of empathy and compassion, good healthy food choices embedded in the school, a focus on literacy and leveled reading and the amount of time that students are reading in the classroom, and then of course science and mathematics, and with NGSS and math talks and so forth, and strong emphasis on PBL. So thank you, and any questions?
Trustee Millerick.
So it's interesting, and there's two more presenters, and we're halfway through. The discussion of education, including hour of code, inquiry, science, measured hours of reading, community outreach. When there's nobody in the room, the obvious response is, let's go out and find them. They're in the community, they're just not here at the school. Let's help them participate. That model of education is inquiry-based and science-based, not reading, you know, there's a lot of books I read in elementary school that weren't very useful to me, let me put it that way. I wish we had had an hour of code when I was at that age. So I'm curious to see, with all those changes in program, which I'm excited about, how does that implement the discussion we're having around facilities? What different physical plant would you want? We heard get rid of the furniture, let the kids sit on the floor, where a carpet, maybe not directly on the floor, but so I'm curious as what your campus and community thinks the next environment should look like. And maybe not tonight, but we have physical plant discussions going on, and so that's the obvious question for us, because are I'm pretty
Yeah.
excited about how education is changing. It sounds like you are too.
Yeah, it is really exciting. And, it's almost hard to not bring the facilities piece into the school plan because it is the beginning. Debbie was at our meeting on Wednesday. We've had 2 meetings now. And the first meeting was kind of focused with the parents. This one, the staff was there with the parents as well. Our first goal was the roof. But
Oh yeah, that roof.
that roof. But that aside, it was the 2 big pieces for us is the furniture is huge and just looking at the classroom differently. We're following up with a meeting with the architect to meet with the staff because we have very unique rooms. In some way, we're a step ahead. The way that San Ramon is set up is we have small clusters. And so our teachers are able to collaborate very easily and have access to each other, and can have access to everybody. So we're ahead of the game, but looking at those rooms and how we can refigure them for 21st century learning, if the idea of having different meeting spaces and different ways that students can work together and having the flexibility to meet the students' needs was a close number 2, with the roof aside. Yeah.
This is the first time in 20 years I've heard somebody say, I like the structure of the San Ramon classrooms.
I love
and I
it.
wish we had more of it. Maybe that wasn't exactly your words, but you found value in what the structure.
Yeah.
And we've had years of, my teacher next door is drowning out my lesson, and this isn't a very workable campus, and whose idea was this to begin with? So that we're maybe now implementing an educational program that values that structure is really an important lesson that I'd love to hear more about from your faculty and you as you
And they'd be
exercise
happy
the
to share it.
plans. Yeah, that'd be great.
Definitely,
Yeah,
definitely.
great, thanks.
So, thank you.
Okay, any more questions very good. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And just in case anyone misunderstood Trustee Millerick, we have 2 more elementary schools to go, and then we have Hamilton, which is K-8, and San Marin High School.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Just want to I didn't want them to think that they could go home. We're not done. So. Next is Blue Sutton, or?
So good evening again. Let's see if I can. I want to start by thanking my amazing staff for their dedication and hard work, their commitment to the endeavors this year. This year we did something new. All of our teachers have had a data collector full-time in their classroom for 2 days now. And the data collector is looking at 4 targeted students and watching what their day is like. And every 5 minutes, they're collecting data on that student. And it's things like, are they involved with scaffolded instruction or didactic instruction? Are they involved with collaboration or oral language or vocabulary development? Are they involved with there's all kinds of reports. What happens at the end is the exciting part. The teachers get their data back, and they get their individual data for just what was their classroom experience like that day. We also get grade level data, and we get school-wide data. And so tonight, I'm going to share with you what we did with some of that data. And the connection to our site plan is that these are predictors for success. So I want to share that with you. Sorry. Oh, there it is. Oh. Oh, sorry. Can you help me, Gladys? Oh, sorry. Sorry, somebody's helping me. Oh, I don't know. Okay, I got it here. Thank you, though. So we have school-wide goals around English language arts and math, and they were written for the CASP, which last year was a baseline. We do anticipate growth for all students, and our target number for our subgroups are hopefully even more of an increase next year. And for ELA, this is what we focused on, these areas. This is the data that teachers received feedback on. And so we have had professional development in all of these areas, and our biggest goal has been around metacognition. And so we have talked as a school about the importance of metacognition and what can teachers do to increase metacognition and what does it mean to students. And so we have a school-wide gesture, and I want to show it to you. And we do it from kindergarten to, actually we taught it to our preschool partners as well. And so we taught actually it was a 4th grade class that developed this gesture, and we've aligned it from pre-K up to 5th grade. So it goes like this: metacognition is thinking about my thinking. And so what does that mean in the classroom? It means students need to be talking. And these are the things that students might say. And one thing we know, especially about our English language learners, is they have to be talking during the day. And so we have these sentence starters in our classrooms so that when there's new learning happening, teachers might, I'll tell you what the teachers are going to say in a second. Students might be saying some of these things. And we have a goal school-wide to help our English learners and all students, and really this is in all content areas, although we focused with English language arts, and I'll share our goal at the end. But what we know is that the ratio of teacher talk to student talk can't be more than 10 minutes of a teacher talking before students have to talk. And students need to be talking in these kind of ways, explaining their thinking, not I feel, but I'm noticing this, or I solved this by doing this. So justifying their answers. And so to help students say that, these are some of the agreements we've had with staff. So teachers are asking their students these kinds of questions, and it's through these kind of questions that metacognition is happening, and kids have to be aware of their learning. And these are the questions that we have posted in all of our classrooms so that teachers can be reminded, because we all need reminders, and then students have an opportunity to explain their thinking. So this is what the data looked like. And so we have this, and this is school-wide. So we have school-wide data, grade level data, and then individual teachers each have data. And this is just on components of literacy. We also have the components of math. But this is in one school-wide, and every percentage is about 4 minutes. So we have that our students are 12 minutes a day having some vocabulary instruction, about 40 minutes a day of writing, 36 minutes a day of oral language. There's no right or wrong number here as long as it increases, and it's never, the goal is not 100%. The goal is just for us to do some reflection about how we're spending our time in the classroom and what more can we do to help our students achieve. And so if you look at these areas where we were collecting data, reading 2, that's like a read aloud, or the students are just reading themselves, reading comprehension, word identification, vocabulary, writing, and oral language. So all of these are areas that students are having experiences in every day. And so here was our goal to increase literacy in language arts. And we started this in January because that's when we got our data. And so we have a really simple goal that we are focusing on for 6 months at the end of through this year to see if we can make a difference with language arts. So all we're doing is asking all teachers every day to add a read aloud. But it's not just reading to the students, it has to be with increased metacognition. It has to have specific, direct, purposeful vocabulary development and oral language. And just through a read aloud, we're going to see if we can increase ELA scores. But again, it's not just reading to the students, it's doing it with this kind of thinking, with the teacher doing out loud thinking and modeling their thinking. And so what we're doing right now for the month of April, something really interesting with a book that we all voted on. It's called The Day the Crayons Quit. And from preschool to 5th grade, all teachers are doing, we're going to do the same read aloud, The Day the Crayons Quit, but I made a template up, and we're not sharing our plan until the last Wednesday in April, but each grade level plan to say what vocabulary are we going to teach, what oral language development are we going to do, what metacognitive skills or questions are we going to ask, and what's going to be the outcome of the story or the ending product of the story. And then we're going to come together at the end of April, and we're going to do a scope and sequence and see what the progression is like from pre-K to 5th grade, trying to find some alignment around our language arts. So this year, though we didn't write a new skill, we're looking really deeply in what we're doing during our English language arts time around reading. Any questions?
All right. Trustee Milrick.
When you said read aloud, I first understood it to mean that student was going to read aloud, but I think you mean the teacher's going to read aloud to the students or class.
Yeah, there's benefit in both, and some might think that by the time they get to 3rd, 4th, or 5th grade that there's not as much benefit in read aloud, but we still have time in the day for both. We have agreed to have time in the day for both students to be reading, but our goal for school-wide is the read aloud.
Students to be reading aloud or students to be reading silently?
The teacher, both. There's time in the day for students to be reading silently, but with our school-wide goal around to increase metacognition and the other language arts skills is with a teacher read aloud.
Okay, thank you for clarification. Yes, it did. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? No? So thank you. That was great. Okay. Mr. Klein.
You'll allow me a moment to get myself set up here. Whoops. This is a nice plug for our website. So linwoodelementary.org is our new website to make it nice and easy for our families to find us. All right. So I heard 5 minutes instead of 3 that we were allotted, so I'm going to try to actually stick within that 5. And we'll see if I get close to that goal. What I did is I purposely put together a slideshow that's just going to cycle through every 10 seconds automatically for you. So I'm going to talk pretty quickly about the different things, and it may not necessarily even correlate immediately to what's behind me or in front of you there. But one of the things I want to echo is that the site plan, the opportunity to do the site plan at Linwood this year has been, number one, obviously it's an update, just the second year of a 2-year plan. But it has been so exciting to see the way that the MCF grant work dovetails so perfectly with this. We already have our goals basically written for the next 2-year plan we want to go forward with next year. And that's a tremendous accolade for our data team that's done that and our whole faculty that's worked so hard together. So I just want to recognize them. So I'm only going to give you a couple highlights that are newer items that came up this year out of the 2-year plan. So the first of them that is on the screen right now is mindset. So we focused upon growth mindset study that we did as a whole certificated staff. And really growth mindset helps us to be able to, it's a comparison between a growth or a fixed mindset. And it helps us to be able to basically be open to the fact that we're always learning new things and that we can learn from our failures and we need not try to cover those things up and find ways to, if we assume that we're hitting our ceiling intellectually, basically, try to compensate for that in some way, but rather just saying, look, we're all here learning all the time. So that's something that culturally we're excited about promoting. We have multiple studies are going to be occurring, so the certificated study just ended. We are just about to start a classified study and a parent study as well over the book. And then we've got a committee from each of those different stakeholder groups that's going to be coming together and is going to be helping us to develop a culture. And what are the practical application steps to really develop a school that has a growth mindset? How do we infuse that in children? So we've got all the theory, now we're ready to move into practice. The next thing that's up there is our data cycle, and this is a huge, huge compliment to the tremendous work that the teaching faculty has done at Linwood. It's been 6 years, as you heard from Bonnie, that we've been in the grant, and I've heard from many, many teachers at Linwood, despite the fact this is my first year there, it's been exciting to hear them saying, I feel like we're finally at the tipping point where data is really super valuable and meaningful, and it doesn't feel like it's an extra add-on thing, but it's really something that's driving what we're doing with kids. So we have a new form that we put together recently that's based off the data cycle that Doug Reeves developed that flashed up a moment ago there. And it's really a chance for us to be reflective all the time in what we're doing with kids and the data we get and how we respond to it and then how we adapt from that and just keep going round and round that way. So again, it's a compliment to our teachers. We've got a form where they're continually adding to that every time they've got their grade level collaboration time. The next item you saw up there, the first couple slides, are the pictures of these cute kids doing what's called our alternative recess, or our recess room. So this is something that I've been hankering for the last couple of years. It's something every site really has some kind of a need for. When you've got students who are struggling socially on the yard during recess time, providing a safe space where they can have some concrete, adult-led, small group instruction, basically, in social skill building. And so what you saw in those pictures as they come through around again also is there's opportunities for artwork, there's opportunities for doing building projects, construction, playing board games together. And then you even saw one of them, they were hiding little emojis around the room, which are basically these cute little stuffed creatures that allow you to get more in touch with your feelings and what you're going through at that moment. And so they did a little treasure hunt around the room with those as well. So it's neat. It's a self-selecting process. So you saw the kids who were holding up the purple balls. That's basically your ticket in the door. We only have 6 of them at a time, so it's a very small group. It's led through a partnership with our Novato Youth Center partners. There's the purple balls that get you in the door. And I got to tell you, the kids clamor for these. The second we pull these purple balls out and say, who's interested in the recess room, it's all hands in the air, people waving and going, oh, I want to go, I want to go. So it's really exciting to see how much they're enjoying it and to see those kids who are really starting to blossom if the yard has been more of a challenging area for them historically. And then the final item that came up there is our shared agreements. So again, I'm super proud of the teaching staff at Linwood. They developed shared agreements under the guidance of the previous principal, Rick Van Adelsberg, last spring. And we have been honoring the commitment that was made during that time to go back and look at it at least each trimester and refine that process. And what we're at right now is we just finished establishing a baseline for each of the different shared agreement areas as a staff that we believe we're at. And then we're starting in our next faculty meeting coming up, actually, an opportunity for us to set goals around that and say, how are we going to grow in each of these areas? So they're coming up right now, perfect timing. So again, teacher versus student talk time that Bonnie just spoke to, regular GLAD implementation, depth of knowledge questions, making sure that we're having truly meaty questions that the kids are chewing on. And then the final one is second step, which is our social emotional curriculum that we've committed to doing pre-K through 5. And with that, I hope I was close to my time. Questions, comments, compliments?
All right. Very good. Okay, no comments or questions? We're good. Okay, so good job. No questions, no comments.
Fabulous.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Attacking 80 kids on their skill base. As the teacher's inside the classroom teaching to their kids, and these kids come back after about 45 minutes and join the class again. And the data, I'm going to talk about data for a second, we're seeing double digits increases in MAP scores. So it's really, really working. All right, the last kid here. Kids, I can't get choked up today. Not every kid comes like my kids come to the threshold of a school. Some of our kids struggle. Some of our kids are homeless, don't speak English, live in poverty, live in trauma. And for these kids, we have to increase our scope of education. 16 years ago, when I started teaching at Lou Sutton, the scope was this narrow. I taught the standards. That doesn't even exist anymore. We still see the standards, but the scope is huge. So we have a community liaison, a family advocate, to make sure these families have voices, for these moms and dads to get engaged in the kids' education. We have partners counseling, where I have 2.5 full-time therapists on site seeing 150 kids. Individually, crisis management, group counseling, parent classes. We have a Mentor Me program that I shared with you about 2 weeks ago. We have 80 volunteers from our community. I see a lot of volunteer potentials out here. And 1 hour a week, someone comes in from our community and sits next to one of these kids and plays a game with them. And it transforms their life. They see somebody who's successful, and they want to be like that. And these people are going to walk these kids through our high school, navigate through that system of a high school. So, pretty exciting. We have food bank. We have about 150 families come and get free groceries each week. A clothing exchange. We have a big exchange tomorrow happening at the gym. And then we have scholarships. I'm very, very lucky to have Marine Covenant Church as a partner. They provide thousands of dollars for me every year to ensure every single kid gets to do every activity they want to do. Walker Creek, iPad insurance, enrichment, it's taken care of. And that's our community now. It's a community of, of no shame. All right, so next year. So we do these things called inquiry teams at my school. We do fish bowls. So I get you all in here. I take these football players, I put them in the middle, and I say, okay, tell us what your experience like. And I ask you a bunch of questions, and teachers are all around there. We're taking notes. And we're trying to figure out the obstacles that our kids face as they go through the educational system. And it's been very clear to me that we've done a really good job around academics, but we need to continue our work to make sure every kid has access. Every kid should have the opportunity to join a basketball team in high school, a football team in high school. Every kid should come to the MSA audition ready. Many of my kids never had private tutoring, and they picked up a clarinet for the first time in 6th grade. Who knows? They could be the next, give me a name. Yo-Yo Ma, right? We wouldn't know. So we need to change that. We need to look at that. We need to really broaden back our equity. Okay, I'm done. I'll calm down now. So that's my presentation today. Any questions, comments, or what you say, Andy? Compliments.
All right. Board, questions, comments, interests? It was Trustee Scott was first and then Trustee Miller.
I just want to say, love the passion. Great work. Thank you. And thank all your staff as well.
Absolutely.
Great work.
Amazing stuff.
So the tradition of Steve Hopesbedard leaving the campus and walking the neighborhood looking for the next kid he can encourage to come into his campus clearly still exists.
Oh, yeah.
And the enthusiasm and belief you have in your community is infectious. And I would love to see this athletic team here on the back wall show up and do an hour of reading with a kid in your campus. It's easy enough to find the Hamilton School. It's not like you're hiding.
Nope.
So
come on over, please.
It's a chance to transform the town you live in.
Thank you for that. You know, I do have a vision for this community that every kid, when they're 18, is college and career ready. If they're not, and we fail these kids, they become our problem now for life. I need you guys to stand alongside these kids, walk alongside them as we head to the podium. All right, I'm leaving.
Nope, you're not. Maria, you had a question, and then Trustee Butler.
Thank you for all you've done, and I wanted to ask you about, speaking of volunteers, are you still in need of more volunteers, more parents participating in the food bank?
Oh, definitely. So on every Wednesday from 6 to 8, we have a food bank, and we have a semi-trucks dropping off food, and we have many, not enough, people taking the food off the truck. So if anybody needs community service hours, I don't know, right? Come see me, please.
40,000 pounds of tomatoes.
I'm just looking for really strong guys.
Well,
oh, okay. Or girls. Or girls, sorry.
And it's such a great thing to do. I mean, not only will you be getting your high school service hours, but also helping families, you know, so.
Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Butler, and then Trustee Mack by
So
Skype.
this is like your third presentation today, so.
Yes, my eyes
well
are
done.
burning. Thank you.
I heard you early this morning when you did the golden ribbon, and you did it again tonight. It was just really good. It just grounds me here and what I do, why I'm here, and why I do it. So Thank you. And you are a clear example of why we don't just teach academically, we teach the whole child.
Mm-hmm.
And we have to. We can't just have them sit in the classroom and listen to a lecture. There's more to it. And you are a clear example of that at Hamilton. So
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right. Trustee Mack.
Okay, we're going to Tron. So, Steve, one of the goals that's out there in the site plans is to leverage the community liaisons to help our kids get prepared for the program, GATE, essay, STEM. Give us your thoughts of what strategies there, because I think you have a good feel for what we should do and something we need to really go after, I think.
All right, I need to have that translated for me, so.
It basically, just give us your thoughts on the community liaison efforts and how they would go about supporting efforts to get all of our kids opportunities for getting into GATE and our other special programs, MSA, et cetera.
Wonderful, okay. I think this community is doing a wonderful job identifying kids. You know, we GATE test all third graders to make sure that no child gets left behind. Community liaisons are the voice to the Latino community, and they go out and they explain all the things that we offer in this community. They explain, these forms come home and they can be very confusing in this educational system. And Pilar Stempel, the extraordinary community liaison at Hamilton, has a way of patiently guiding and introducing a family one at a time to a teacher, to me, to the learning community. And when you see that happening, and when you see these moms and dads on the campus, and the children see this, test scores fly up. And so the community liaisons, I think, has such, I mean, I moved my community liaison to the administration office because I find her job to be as important as mine. Thank you.
Okay, and then I had a question. I didn't want to assume, but you gave credit for your learning center to Liz Smith, and that's our director of special education, Liz Smith. Okay, good. And then you listed the staffing, and I wanted to hear that again. Who staffs your learning center?
All right,
or
so
at the job title that you had in there.
The learning center is we have 2 special ed teachers already at Hamilton School. Okay. The learning center model reaches out and with kids for IEPs, special ed, and then we bring in guests who have the similar skill base as these kids. So it doesn't become this isolation anymore of special ed. It becomes this vibrant learning center where every kid feels valued and they're with their classmates and they're getting the education they need. Now, on top of that, thanks to the MCF grant, I employ 3 instructional aides on top of that. One's bilingual. And then we have 2 para-educators as well underneath the special ed department. So it's a business. It's a team. It's an intervention business. And we look at data, and we pour over data and make sure we're doing it right.
Yeah. Okay. No, thank you. That sounds like a great team.
Yeah, come out and visit.
Okay, so any more questions or comments? So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Appreciate it. Okay. High school.
I think this is probably the 20th presentation of a single plan for student achievement, and I've never had standing room only audience. They're all here to hear my presentation. I'm so excited about that. So good evening, Board of Trustees, student board member, and district staff. Like the other schools, I want to thank my staff and school community for their efforts in putting together our single plan for student achievement. Many of the things that I'll be talking tonight were actually introduced to the board back in January when I shared with you our mid-year report for our WASC. So I'm not going to replicate that information, but I do want to share with you that this presentation focuses on the progress that the San Marin High School community has made toward the goals that we've identified. The plan was developed by the School Site Council, the staff, with input from our English Learner Advisory Committee. One of the goals this year was to increase the number of C- or higher grades by 10% when compared to previous fall and spring semester grades. In the fall semester of 2014 and 15, there were 964 grades that were C- or higher. And in the fall of this year, 2015-16, there were 1,103 grades that were C- or higher. We were successful in reaching that goal of 10%. In addition, the percentage of F grades first semester in English is the lowest in 5 years, 1.8%. We spent a lot of time this year on assessment, and one of the goals was to further develop the assessment system. This was both in English and in math, that includes measuring students by multiple measures. The assessment system that we have in place, EDAMS, the Educators Assessment Data Management System, is being used to help us monitor student progress. In addition, teachers have spent significant professional development time calibrating and assessing student learning. During the 2014-15 school year, this was last year, San Marin High School had 18 students exit the English Learner Program. This year, the 2015-16 school year, 12 San Marin students exited the San Marin High School English Learner Program. The Kevin Clark program, which we introduced earlier and initiated this year, has had a positive impact on students' ability to learn the English language. We currently have 48 English learner students, a reduction in the last 5 years. In the area of mathematics, one of our goals, again, was to increase the number of C- or higher grades by 10% when compared to the previous fall and spring semester grades. In the fall of semester of 2014-15, there were 743 grades that were C- or higher. In the fall of 2015-16, this year, there were 807 grades that were C- or higher. We were 10 students short of the goal, and we continue, this is an area for growth, continued area for growth. This is our second year of the college preparatory math, or CPM. Teachers and students are becoming more comfortable with the implementation of this program. In addition, our teachers have joined the other 6th grade through 12th grade teachers in having students complete MARS tasks, or Mathematics Assessment Resource Service tasks, and teachers are assessing them. This is hands-on work where we actually get a chance to see how students are learning. With these strategies and other interventions, we expect students to improve their performance on the math section of the CASP. As mentioned earlier, students' grades are improving. Behavior referrals have been reduced. The number of students who have completed A to G requirements from 2 years ago to last year is constant, with 53.4% of the graduates meeting the requirement. We continue to develop different programs that are CTE related, including the STEM Marin, STEM Biotechnology Academy, STEM Global Academy. We also have other valuable programs on campus, including AVID, SMART, and our athletic program. The staff is exploring a communications academy and culinary academy. While we no longer have advisory, we still have opportunities for students to share their voice through a principal's advisory team, student equity groups, and with school administration when students in programs have concerns. Some of the highlights for this year, again, in the area of equity, based on our district priorities, our teachers have been going through, about 15 of them have been going through a Sonoma State University course on equity, and they meet about every 6 weeks or so, and they're taking what they're learning and actually spending time with some of the students in their class in terms of that equity work. Also, as you recall earlier this year, that we started the Compass program, and so we have students that are part of that particular program as well. In the area of student success, I've already mentioned Kevin Clark and what we're doing with our EL program, extending the number of sections that we have from 2 to 6, and we're seeing progress in those classes. Also, in the area of student staff support, collaboration, and planning time, we've had a number of days this year, minimum days for our teachers to plan. And then also community engagement. We've offered PK for the 5th time this year, and as many of the other schools mentioned, the value of a community liaison has certainly helped student achievement. As you recall, that we had our WASP visit this year, and they were here the first part of March, and the visiting committee made some suggestions in terms of our commendations, as well as some suggestions or recommendations. In terms of the commendations, they indicated that there's a noticeable move to teaching the Common Core and next generation science standards in the classrooms, with objectives written and sometimes verbally communicated to students. The English language learners are now given more attention on campus. The community liaison has helped to bridge the communication gap between the school and Spanish-speaking students and parents. The school culture has changed for the better, with more students feeling like they have moved from a 2-tiered type of school to one where everyone feels part of the campus as a whole. Groups of students who appear to come from different cultures are seen intermingling. By enrolling all ninth grade students in a pre-AP English course, students have expressed the quality of the course has increased because of the increased diversity of the classes, citing engaging conversations and diversity of thought. The new technology on campus helps in delivering daily lessons, and the use of assessment data, though early in its adoption, will continue to drive the learning. And then finally, the equity team, composed of 15 teachers who study and implement strategies designed to lessen the achievement gap and provide opportunities for all students to succeed in courses that they may have previously been closed to them. So we're giving them access. The visiting committee also recommended the following areas for follow-up. Number one, to continue to work with communication strategies and spreading news to parents and students. Proactively reaching out to parents will develop a strong community relationship. Two, continue working with staff members concerning implementation of Common Core state standards and next generation state standards in the classroom. Number three, continue departmental work in building common assessments and content strategies and using collected data to refine the curriculum. Number four, continue implementation of SIOP strategies in content-specific courses. Continue to develop rigorous ELD program that addresses the Common Core ELA standards. And we should hear a little bit later in the spring what the outcome of that visit is in terms of the accreditation. But I believe that everything will be positive. Thank you.
Okay, questions or comments? Trustee Scott?
Hey, Adam, thank you so much for the presentation. You mentioned something about student advisory and that going away. What's in its place, and tell me about what's going on for the student, like what was before and what's happening now in that realm.
So we had advisory for 2 years, last year and the year before. And it was a time, for 1 year, it was 2 days a week for about 30 minutes. For the other, it was about 40 minutes. And it was decided by the staff that it was difficult to be able to implement it the way that we wanted to implement it. So it was, the staff decided not to continue that. In its place, we have a teacher who is given a release period to work on equity this year, and so he's been working with student groups in terms of equity. We also have increased some of the other programs that we have, like our No Bully Solution team and Restorative Justice, to bring some of that voice. I also have a principals advisory team, and so I meet with students fairly regularly and talk about issues and concerns and get their opinions about things.
So when a student does have an issue or an opinion, how is it filtered through the system now?
Well, typically it's done through a teacher or coming up to the office. We have a suggestion box, and so
Do all the students know about that?
We have suggestions in there. So
Okay.
we also have, one of our students put together a kind of a signboard in the middle of the school, and we have opportunities
Okay.
to share information there as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I just wanted to take a minute to commend you on your accommodations on your WASC report. I think the kinds of things you mentioned, equity, culture, tech, use of data, those are all hard things to change in a culture, so congratulations for that, and I'm sure you'll be successful with the other recommendations. So appreciate you giving us the report, and we'll see you soon.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so any general comments regarding single plans at all? And we're ready to move on, or a comment? Appreciate that reminder. So we do need a motion to approve the ordinance single plans.
I'll move the approval of the single plans presented this evening.
Okay, and
second.
Trustee Aguila will second. So all those in favor of approving these single plans, say aye. We've got 6 in favor and 1 absent.
So one comment. Thank
Go
you
ahead.
to all the faculty that presented tonight and the people that back you up back on the campus. It's a lot of work, and it's been really enlightening to hear the hard work that's going on making kids successful. So
Appreciate your comments. Thank you, Trustee Mueller. Okay, so we will move on to our next agenda item, which is 14C. And this is approve the competitive selection process for a professional service firm to prepare an environmental impact report required under the California Environmental Quality Act, known as CEQA, for stadium lights for San Marin High School pursuant to government codes, yada, yada, yada. And our superintendent, Jim Hogaboom, will open up.
Thank you, President Nell, and welcome to parents, staff, and students. Thank you for being here. I think you guys are probably mostly here to hear about this item, so thanks for coming out. So there's been recent interest at San Marin High School to install stadium lights at the San Marin High School football field. It's been several years since the Board of Trustees has addressed stadium lights, and so the board has not had discussions regarding the community request of stadium lights until now. The objective tonight is to recommend an environmental impact report, or an EIR, performed as required under the California Environmental Quality Act, otherwise known as CEQA, to explore and uncover all issues related to the possibility of installing and maintaining stadium lights at San Marin High School. So I think I started, as you know, on July 1st, and became aware of this issue pretty early on when I read a Pony Express newspaper article about lights and the support that had with the students and people there. So heard about this pretty early on, and then met with several people who were interested in bringing lights and kind of bringing forth their ideas about why they felt that needed to happen. So been kind of aware of this for a while. I think this year the move from soccer, from a fall boys and spring girls sport to a winter sport, which became effective under MCAL, kind of triggered, I think, the need for more fields and more lighting. So right now, 4 soccer teams, boys and girls varsity and junior varsity, all practice and use fields at nearly the same time due to limited daylight in the late fall, winter months. So I think it's been a problem of finding practice time in general, but I think that was exacerbated by the move of soccer to the winter. Community conversation regarding stadium lights began in conjunction with possible solutions to this change in seasons. About a year ago, more than 1,000 signatures were gathered on a change.org petition started by San Marin students, as I mentioned. In addition, San Marin student responses to the 14-15 LCAP survey included comments about wanting lights on the field at San Marin. In the summer of 2015, a grassroots effort spearheaded by parents of San Marin students and leaders of San Marin youth football began organizing and raising money to install lights on the San Marin football field. This group also started meeting with district administration in the fall to keep us informed of the fundraising efforts and support for lights at San Marin. District administration encouraged the group to reach out to local neighbors to hear and learn of their concern. A community meeting was held on January 27th, and approximately 25 community members were in attendance, where I think some visuals were shown and some lights and what that might look like. So I think the main thought is this is for Friday night lights for football, which is true, but I think the other concerns that I've heard are that the practice times for soccer and lacrosse are not meeting the needs of the students now, and it's really putting a crimp on that. We did have an athletic, support group that you guys heard from that kind of came together for the month of March to put through recommendations for facilities needs and things like that, and how we can improve our sports programs and athletics programs. And at the top of their list was putting in synthetic turf in the not only on the football soccer field, but also on the practice field. So there's an acute need for more fields and more time to look at that. On the flip side, on February 3rd, Leslie Benjamin, our public information officer, and I met with 12 neighbors of San Marin and Novato High School that had contacted me with their concerns about a number of things. The brightness of the lights, the noise, the traffic, the cost of maintaining the lights, security, the effect of proposed lights on property values. So subsequent to that meeting, I received and responded to a letter from a Novato High neighbor, Jerry Kenny. Some of you guys know Jerry, a former principal, that included 19 questions covering many of these same concerns. So I think it's important as we explore this issue to make sure that we fully realize there's two sides of this story, that we need to listen to the concerns of the neighbors and work to see if we can address those concerns. We want to be a good neighbor to those that live next door, and certainly when I look at in my mind, the picture of the field and the yellow house that I know that I've met the owner of there, who looks right down on the football field, we have an obligation to work with our neighbors because it will have an impact. Having lights on the field will definitely have an impact on the neighbors. And again, I think it's up to us to see what that impact is. So tonight, what I'm recommending for the board is for a CEQA process, also referred to as an environmental impact report, which is a public process to evaluate all the impacts of the installation and maintenance of stadium lights at San Marin High School, such as visual analysis, noise, traffic, and air quality. The EIR process provides a 45-day public review. Response addendum will be included in the final EIR along with a mitigating monitoring plan. So we know there's effects. We need to know more about what those effects are. So I think the prudent course of action is, and what we're asking for you to do tonight is direct staff to go out for a request for proposal or an RFP to competitively select a professional services firm to prepare an EIR, which is required under the CEQA Act. So again, to me, there is going to be an effect of having these lights, and I think we need to fully understand what that is, and I think it's our duty and obligation to conduct a CEQA process and an EIR to do that. So before I finish, I'd like to ask Cam Ward, who's an attorney with Dana Walver Kelly, to come up and talk a little bit, because I'm not super familiar with the CEQA process myself. So there's a timeline in your packets there. But Cam, I'm wondering if you could just come up for a minute and say anything else you feel we need to say about what's involved with that CEQA process and about how long it takes and all that.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Too. Thank you, trustees, for Mr. President, for having me this evening. I think the superintendent has laid out sort of for you a little bit what the process is. I think I can't stress enough that CEQA is a community communication process. While there's a lot of technical work that's done in terms of air quality and traffic studies and things like that, it really is about letting the community know what it is you're planning to do and getting their input, because ultimately when you're faced with approving the EIR, you're going to want your job will be to identify the impacts on the community. If there are some that cannot be mitigated away, and that's can be the case with stadium lights, you have to make the decision whether it's in the better interest of the community to go ahead with it or not. The timeline that is in your materials is a good one. It follows all of the steps. It's about what you've outlined here, about a 7 or 8 month process that you have to move with expedition, I think, to get it all done in that period of time. But this is not the place for shortcuts. What you're being asked to do tonight is to authorize a process to select a CEQA consultant. There are many in the industry. Some are better equipped than others. Some charge more than others, and so this will allow staff to select through a competitive process, which is required by statute, to select the right consultant, and then they'll bring back a contract to the board for approval, and then you can go ahead with your process from there. Thank you.
So the cost, that's to be determined, but we think an estimate would be around $100,000, give or take. We would take that out of our facilities fund, which can only be used for facilities, so that would not come out of the general fund. I think it's also important to measure that the issue of lights is going to be separate from our bond measure. So we're doing facilities master planning things and things like that right now. But if the lights are finally approved, we anticipate that the funding for that would come out of Fund 21, which is again for facilities use. So we're looking at the bond measure separately from the issue of lights, even though the CEQA process would be going on kind of at the same time. So the purpose, again, of going out for a competitive RFP is to see if we could get that estimate down from $100,000 to something lower than that by having a competitive bid. And that's my report.
All right, so we back to the board for questions and comments. I did want to let everyone know I have 10 blue cards on the subject, and so
I have a clarifying question or series of questions just that I think should occur before that.
Absolutely.
So, okay.
Trustee Miller, go
So,
ahead.
and maybe the attorney's going to end up speaking this. So I understand that, I want to be clear about what this process is. The discussion we're having tonight is so we can issue a request for proposal for somebody to write environmental quality document, CEQA document. So what's going to come out of this is if we approve this, we're going to go out to bid to find somebody to write a document. That's what's before us now.
Right, so if you approve this, you would be directing us to go out for a request for proposal. We would put it out there for all these different consultants who do CEQAs, and we would tell them, give them the parameters. They would come back and say, it's going to cost $90,000, da-da-da-da-da, and we would and then come back and bring a recommendation to you.
Here's the key issue. Before this board makes a decision about lights or not lights, that document's got to be completed, and we will have before us a study that says, here's all the good things that could happen, and here's all the bad things that could happen. And at that point, then we would be down to the point of making a decision to either choose lights or not choose lights, or choose lights only that can be used on Fridays, or whatever alternatives are analyzed. So is that a correct statement, that really this is a fact-finding exercise, and this board is not in a position to make any decision for or against lights until that document's complete? Is that the legal, because you're our attorney, make sure I want to make sure everybody in this room understands we're not deciding on lights, we're deciding on going to collect facts tonight. In fact, we're not even doing that, we're just deciding to go see if we can find somebody who will collect facts for us.
That's correct.
And the decision about lights will occur.
That won't occur
9
for
months?
9 months till the whole CEQA environmental impact report's completed.
If you care about this issue, there's going to be a window of 9 months where you need to pay attention and make sure your voice and your concerns are heard. They get into that document, because finally, I'm going to end it with a piece of paper that's going to tell me all the goods and bads, and that'll be a basis for deciding to put lights on that field or not, that we'll decide more like a year from now. Do I get the process?
Yes, that's
Good.
correct.
Okay, good. I just wanted to be clear we all were playing by the same framework. We're not deciding lights tonight.
Okay. Any other clarifying questions before we take public comment? Okay, seeing no inquiries. So we're set up to take public comment right now, and if anyone who would like to speak on this issue, you can fill out one of these blue cards and turn it into the top of the desk here. Each speaker will be given 3 minutes, and since we have so many, I'll enforce that rule. And so when you hear the buzzer going off, please acknowledge, and I will ask you to conclude your remarks if need be. So I have shuffled the cards, and we will begin in random order. Our first speaker is Michelle Crow. Oh, please, by all means, anyone whose name I butcher, please correct me at the. So that's
Mitchell.
Mitchell. Apologize.
Okay. Okay. There you go. Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Mitchell Crow, and I'm a soon-to-be senior at San Marino High School. Throughout these last 3 years, I've played many football and lacrosse games, many of which have been at San Marino. The challenge at times is they have all been daytime games. I'm here tonight to talk about the positive impact of having lights on our field and how beneficial and useful they can be. Lighting our field would be a positive attribute for our high school as well as the San Marino student body. It would affect the entire San Marino community by creating school spirit, camaraderie, and giving the fullest high school experience you can get. Friday night sports would not only be a great experience for the players and students, it would also be an event for the community. When I first got my Netflix account, I immediately fell in love with the TV show, Friday Night Lights. The show revealed how big football games in the evening were and how a simple game could bring a town together. I've always been extremely jealous and envious of the fact that San Marino didn't have the accessibility of attaining lights ever since. Lighting the field would also allow better utilization for winter sports teams. Many times athletes have to leave afternoon classes early so they can play and complete their games before it gets dark. The same logic applies regarding practices. Soccer, especially, has it tough considering both the girls and boys teams play and would have to leave classes early and miss school because it gets dark earlier in the winter. If any of us have ever gone to this past year's San Marino basketball games, we can all agree how packed and loud the gym gets. Now, imagine what lights could do to a boring Friday night by giving the community and the students of San Marino a game to go attend. Long before I started going to San Marino, I was always a big fan of showing my support at the football games, regardless if it happened to be very hot. Cheering for your team and having it be 100 degrees is simply not an enjoyable game. During one of our games last season, our quarterback struggled to get his heart rate down due to overheating and not being able to cool down his core. He was sidelined for most of the first half because of it. I'm not saying that playing at night with lights on our field would have made us miraculously win that game, but it might have given us a stronger chance. Ironically, lights at San Marin is nothing new. Our girls' softball team has had lights on their field for as long as I can remember. I realize that time is not on my side if the idea of lights were to become possible, but being a proud San Marin student athlete, I'd love nothing more than to see my efforts benefit the future of San Marin students. In closing, I'd like to give a big thank you to Tommy Sands, Dawson Botcho, and Sam Leonard, wherever they may be, for being the catalyst of the idea and why we're all here tonight. I'd also like to thank all the coaches and adults that have put their time and effort toward this as well. I hope I've been able to express all of the benefits of having lights at San Marin. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dennis Mancuso.
Good evening, trustees. Thank you. Thank you, Jim. My name is Dennis Mancuso, and I'm the president of San Marin Youth Football and the future father of 2 San Marin students. Over the last 90 days, I've met with many neighbors. We had a community outreach. I've met personally at Starbucks, and we all chatted. And most of the concerns over the neighbors were Sunday football games. Not about the football games, but about the PA. So what we've done at San Marin Youth Football is gone back and spoke with our league. And if you were to give the football team lights on Friday nights, we would move our games to Saturdays, giving the community no PA on Sundays. So I just want to thank you very much, and that's what we'll contribute. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Marianne Anderson, and then it'll be Matt Rogers.
Thank you. I am Marianne Anderson. I've lived here in Novato since the year 1950. I went to elementary school, junior high, high school here, my sisters and I. My husband and I bought a home here in early 70s. We raised our family here. Our family is lucky enough to live in wonderful Novato, and they're raising their families here. All of our grandchildren go to school here in town. I urge this board to go forward with the study on the lights at San Marin High. Thank you.
Matt Rogers, and then it'll be Jillian Rogers.
Wow. Timing. Good evening, trustees. Thank you. I am not a Novato native. I relocated here about 10 years ago with my wife and kids, in no small part because of what the community had to offer and what the school district had to offer. The city just didn't have what we needed, and we haven't looked back since. As such, I've immersed myself into youth sports. All my kids are heavily involved in sports. I serve on 2 boards currently, San Marin Youth Football and the Novato Youth Lacrosse Club. And I can tell you exactly what, Jim, correct? We absolutely have a field problem here in Novato. I don't see us garnering any more space to add fields, and I personally think one of the best ways to overcome what has been discussed so far in the field use is adding lights. Title IX did great things for everybody. We have more kids playing more sports than we've ever had in the past. And between the 2 clubs I'm involved with, we have an average registration of over 500 kids a year. That's not going to stop going forward. These kids are all going to want to play lacrosse, football, whatever it may be when they get to high school. Having to fight for field time, I think, is a disservice to them. My daughter in particular, she'll tell you, she lost 30 hours of classroom time when MCAL switched to switched to a winter sport last year. She's a varsity soccer player. I think that's a disservice to what we're trying to offer these kids. Youth sports in particular offers so many great things that I think we owe it to our families and to our kids and to our future generations to try to find the best way to accommodate whatever sports can offer them. As such, I think the installation of lights certainly is a step in that right direction. Thank you.
Jillian. Next is Larry Scheibel.
Hi, my name is Jillian Rogers. I am a sophomore at San Marin High School. For the past 2 years, I've been on the varsity soccer team. Last year, for my freshman year, we played during the spring season. And the reason why we switched to the winter season is because there's just too many sports during the spring. There's varsity girls lacrosse, varsity boys lacrosse, and then JV girls, varsity soccer, and track and field. So this is why we moved to the winter. Our games during the winter are played on Tuesdays and Wednesdays and then Saturdays. For games during the week, we would have to leave class by 1 p.m. or 1:20 for home games. This is because we had to start our games by 3 o'clock, otherwise it'd be too dark for us to finish our games. In order to leave class for a home game, we had to set up the entire field by 3 o'clock, which is why we missed those periods. Like my dad said, throughout our winter season, we lost 30 hours of these final periods of our day, which were instructional time, and this put great stress on our athletes, parents, and teachers. It was too much for us. Having to leave that early, we missed tests, we missed quizzes, we missed notes, everything. We had to get it all from other students. We had to go in at lunch to our classrooms, and it put a great stress on us, and it was a big change. We've always had competition for the field, and especially during this winter season, because we only have one turf field, and during the winter, everything gets muddy, it's all sloppy, and so the varsity teams got priority for the field, and so we cut the field in half. Boys got one side, girls got the other. The JV teams were forced to practice all the way at Sinaloa, meaning they had to leave straight after school to go to Sinaloa, and that field was just destroyed. And the JV girls had to practice up at our grass field, which no one else uses because it's just a mess. There's holes, there's groundhogs, there's everything. And so it diminished the quality of the practice, and a few times we just let them practice with us. We didn't want to see them walking into their cars covered in mud. It was not a good sight. And I have a younger brother and sister who are also in sports programs, and I realize that the lights might not be put in by the time I graduate, but I think it'd be fun to come home and see them playing on a Friday night game with their sports. Thank you.
Larry? Okay. Next is Linda Scheibel.
I am very opposed to the installation of lights on this football field. I believe that installing lights on the field will have serious negative impacts on our neighborhood. My wife and I have lived in our house for the past 21 years. When we first moved into the house, I thought that the noise levels from the school and football field were reasonable. We did buy a house next to a school, and a reasonable level of noise from the school should be expected. However, since the installation of the synthetic turf on the field, the activity and noise has increased by orders of magnitude. It goes on 7 days a week, all year long. Because of the noise, we have to keep our windows closed all the time. If lights are installed, the noise will be extended at least another 4 to 5 hours each day during the winter. Many of the activities I see on the field do not appear to me to have anything to do with the high school. I do not know if they are renting out the field or just letting other groups use it. If the high school teams do not have enough time on the field for practice or games, then I do not understand why it is being rented out or loaned out to other groups. I am also concerned that the lighted field will attract a lot of people into our neighborhood looking for a place to hang out at night. We already have problems with drug and alcohol use by students in our neighborhood both during and after school hours. I am certain this will become a very serious problem at night if lights are installed in the field. The consultant you hired to advise you on the upcoming school bond issue has indicated there is very little support among the general population of Novato to install lights in the high school football fields. I think many people will wonder why they need to support another school bond issue If you are willing to spend $100,000 on this study alone, hundreds of thousands of dollars on the lights themselves, and even more significant, the ongoing, never-ending expenses for security and other measures to deal with all the problems these lights will create. I hope that you will listen to the wishes of the people of Novato expressed to you by your own consultant, and that you will not proceed with this environmental study. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you. Linda Scheibel, and then Ben Philpotts.
Well, here we are again talking about lights on the football field. We've gone over this in the years past. We have students, coaches, the Booster Club are demanding lights for Friday night football games and more field time for practice for other sports. There's nothing really that great about Friday night football games, and being able to observe the fields for the games that are taking place, there's very poor attendance anyway. Our superintendent is quoted in the Marin Independent Journal as saying that San Marin has too many sports. My experience as a products committee member in my hospital was anytime a new product was introduced, we were asked to examine other products that could be eliminated. We couldn't have everything that we wanted. Yet the school has apparently kept adding team sports to an already packed schedule. I don't think any of you can look me in the eye and tell me that our students are neglected. They're not suffering from any problems with having what they need when they need it. You just have to look at the field to know what an excellent athletic field they have. The baseball field has had a major renovation with the addition of new sod, new extra-large batting cages. I'm sure they've spared no expense for that. A recent study by a consultant group regarding leveling a school bond was presented to the school board recently. It revealed that the population that they polled twice put lights on the football field and the swimming pool dead last as the priority that would be paid for. However, a San Marin High School student told one of the people that was collecting a petition regarding the lights that she went to a meeting recently at the school, and she was told that the school was going to get $50 million. And out of that $50 million, they were going to be given a swimming pool and lights on the field. Be sure to go home, make sure that your parents voted for this. Seems to me that a high school that has probably the lowest paid teachers in the county have their priorities mixed up. Those of us who are concerned about the lights have heard two stories. One is that the Booster Club has already gotten the money for this, and two, that the lights will be paid for out of the school bond. Doesn't matter who pays for the lights, it would still be paying for a bad idea. I'd like to see where and how the tax money is actually being used, and I think the public would also like to know. I think it'd be a real eye-opener. A recent complaint was made to the assistant principal at San Marin High School regarding the new large batting cages that have been put in. A neighbor talked to assistant principal about the cages, and the assistant principal couldn't tell
Linda,
them that he even knew anything about them.
Linda, the 3 minutes is up, so if you could just complete your thoughts.
All right.
Thank you.
Having the lights on the football field is be like living with a smoker who doesn't think that secondhand smoke is really going to affect anybody else. So it's been said that we should either leave because we have a house near the high school or just live with it. I don't think lights is a good idea. I think there are too many problems associated with it.
All right. Thank you for your comments. Sure. Okay, couple things. Next is Ben Philpott. After that, we'll listen to Ryan Clark, and I wanted to make sure that as the speaker that you speak into the microphone so that everyone can hear you.
This microphone?
That one right there. And in addition to that, it's important that you address the board. This is our meeting. We're the ones making the decision. Just talking to the audience is impolite to us.
I have my points. I'm going to stick to them.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. So my name is Ben Philpott. I am a PE teacher, men's soccer coach, link crew coordinator, leadership advisor, and I think that's all of my duties I have at San Marin High School. So I'm here to speak as a coach and as an educator at the school. When soccer did move to winter, it did bring two main challenges to us. First one was lack of proper facilities, which has been brought up about turf fields and playing in the winter. And the second was students missing class due to lack of daylight. Other than that, the move to winter has been great. We're moving towards having a state alignment where the entire state is playing during the same season, something that we don't have in soccer that we have in most other sports. We don't have to play in 120 degrees on the turf anymore, which is great. So other than that, it's been good. But the main issue of facilities, 4 teams trying to find the time, does affect training time, but it also does affect when we play games. When there is a game, the girls may say have a game on a Tuesday, the boys both have to train at Sinaloa, and it's a trade. So when we play, the girls do the same. And we already talked about the facilities at Sinaloa and how they're not very adequate. It had especially a negative impact on our JV program this year, being this was my 4th year coaching. I saw a big difference in just the overall approach and experience that the JV players had. I had a lot of players that were just dissatisfied. They felt like second-class citizens. They had to go over to Sinaloa and train. We never got to see them play. Part of that is MCAL scheduling, but the other part is we're just never together as a program, which is the family we try to create in my program, in our program. And that was something that was lost. So things, a little personal note, but not necessarily a big impact. The bigger impact was, as an educator, I see how much class these kids are missing. If you look at all 4 teams, it's at approximately 1,500 hours of education time that's missed. Student athletes are challenged to maintain their grades and achieve success in athletics. Students who play soccer are now more challenged than all other student athletes because of how much school they're missing. And especially the demographic that I typically coach are the kids that really struggle in school, and they really did struggle this year. I see this issue of class time, and I look in the future of us possibly moving our start time later, past 7:15 or 7 a.m. I know there's been discussions about it. If that does happen, the impact of class time is going to be even greater for these soccer players. So this would also bring the issue of having to choose between not just games and leaving the early dismissal for games, but if we have this later start time and later end time for our classes and for a school day, students are going to have to choose between practice time or class time. Our theme this year was Hustle Till Sundown. We did that in order to keep the same training time that we had in years past. This is the flashlight I would use to find our equipment at the end of practice. I'll try and wrap it up, I'm sorry. So in my opinion, moving forward with this study, having athletic lights would allow 4 teams to train in safe, adequate facility. It encourages student success, and all teams are given equal training grounds. So varsity isn't getting priority to the good field, and JVs are on this lower quality field. It would decrease the amount of class time missed by more than 50%. I say more than 50% because all the home games, they wouldn't need early dismissal. San Rafael and Justin Siena, which are interleague, also have lights, so when we have away games there, there's no early dismissals. This also enables student success. They're in class more often. In addition, more parents, more students, and all community members will be able to attend games, being that they're not during the workday. And this generates community involvement. It changes the dynamic of how our school is viewed.
So
in my opinion, this gives our students and athletes a chance to represent their schools.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, sorry.
Derek, could we be consistent about the way we control the 3 minutes?
Yeah, we are. I've got a timer, and Gladys has got a timer, and we are cutting people off within 10 seconds of the 3-minute mark.
Good, thanks.
Mr. Ryan Clark.
Hello, my name is Ryan Clark. I'm a sophomore at San Marin, and I played on the varsity team last winter. It was very difficult for me academically playing on the team because I had to miss block periods most weeks in English, which was an honors class, and it was very difficult. It was my lowest grade last semester, probably partially because of this, And I believe that if we had lights, I wouldn't have to miss so much class and I'd be better academically prepared. It was very hard to make up the time, and I don't believe that I was able to receive the full educational value from the class I could have. Another problem with not having lights was the practice time and place. The JV had to practice at Sinaloa, which had an inferior field and just was not as good. Varsity had to practice there on Wednesdays, and we really weren't allowed to get the same amount of benefit when we were practicing there because there wasn't as much equipment and it wasn't as high quality. It was also very difficult to find rides to the games sometimes and to the practices, especially for the JV team, which mostly had freshmen and sophomores on it who couldn't drive themselves. So I think that having lights would be very beneficial for the soccer program, and I believe that we should move forward with this study. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next is Mike Jolly, and then Tony Franceschi.
Hi, my name is Mike Jolly. I've been a 34-year neighbor of San Marin High School, proud to have been a neighbor. I would suggest to the trustees that I didn't hear anything about this until the 127 Boosters meeting. May I suggest to the board that they consider a neighborhood, the 400 homes that are going to be directly impacted, an actual neighborhood dialogue group between the board and the neighborhood, not the superintendent, but the board, set up a group, etc. I've been to meetings with the superintendent. He's been very helpful. The dialogue here has been, at best, missed by the neighborhood. And 50 of my neighbors have just signed a petition saying, we need to know what the proposal is here. The IJ told me how many games Marin Catholic wants to use and for practices. I have no idea how many games or how many practices are proposed for the use of the field. I think that's tantamount to just, ignorance, okay? We just need a dialogue here, okay? I mean, I appreciate, I'm not that far away, I'm 68, but I remember 50 years ago in my high school, Friday night games, we didn't have them, but they're fun, okay? And students are important, they're our future. But I know our students respect the privacy of private property, okay? And in the last 10 years, I have to say, okay, the school has been not the best neighbor. The amount of noise pollution coming off the school with the west and northern hills, okay, that reverberate has really been troubling, okay? And, we've been a good neighborhood. We supported the lights for the softball field, still do, okay? That's been a great thing for the school, okay? So we have been there as neighbors for this school, and we remain there. But we want some respect. We want to be dialogued with. Oliver Wendell Holmes, the great justice, once said, your rights go as far as the end of my nose. Sound from that school has chased me into my home. And I know that this board and the students do not want that type of things to happen to me, okay? We have a lighted field at IVC. Maybe we should look at that option, okay, if Friday night games are useful, okay? Maybe temporary lighting for a Friday night game or something like that would be useful, or some practices, rather than a 24/7, 365, 80-foot lights that we have to live with. Remember, we live in this neighborhood. This is our neighborhood, okay, 24/7, 365. The school is just a neighbor. They do not own our property, okay? They are there during daily use. The students go home, etc. We live there. Please dialogue with us. Respect our privacy as we respect the high school as a good neighbor. Thank you.
Thank you. Tony Franceschi. Next is Steve Murphy.
First of all, I want to thank the board for actually taking this matter up finally. It's been a long time coming. I'm a Novato resident for 16 years, and I've heard a lot of talk, but really no action on this, on what's going on with Novato athletics in a whole. myself and Dennis Mancuso, as Jim, Superintendent Hogaboom explained, we've been meeting with them for the past 7 months, probably about 6 or 7 meetings. Over that time, there was a lot of things that him and his group asked us to do. The biggest thing they really wanted to see was for us to put together a community outreach meeting, which we did, as Superintendent Hogaboom said, on January 27th. At the meeting, we had approximately 25 residents. The purpose of the meeting was to educate them on what we were proposing to do at San Marin. But more important, we wanted to hear their concerns so we can truly understand exactly what we need to do to make this work for all of us in the community. So that's why I'm here tonight. If you look at my neighborhood concern sheets, I think, I don't know if Leslie was able to give you this. This is what we came away with from the meeting on January 27th. The biggest questions, the first one was, will the lights that are being proposed for this project create headlight effect for homes that will be directly facing them? The answer is no. We had a lighting expert there. We're using the Musco top-of-the-line 8-pole LED system. There's not a better system around. It's the new top-of-the-line system. In fact, San Mateo is going to be putting it into 7 of their schools here, I think, this summer. So we'll have a good basis to take the neighbors over to and take a look at what type of lights are going to be there. Another issue, there have been issues in the past with the PA system being too loud. A new system will be part of this project. This will replace the old antiquated system now being used. We're getting a new announcer's shack that goes from 2 stories to 1 story. We're going to change the speaker system so they're on both sides that allow for concentrated sound, eliminating need for the large speakers that are currently being used up on the announcer's booth. Okay, then the other issue they had, another one was that the project approves who will be called to deal with issues that are related to night use at San Marin. Our group is committed to putting a board together consisting of school parents and school staff that will meet regularly with surrounding neighbors to go over any issues that might be ongoing. On the event night, there will be point persons designated and posted on the school websites to take any calls from neighbors regarding issues. Another question, how will you deal with security concerns? That is sure to come with the lights. For the larger attended events, our group will look to hire an outside security company.
Tony, I'm sorry, but the 3 minutes is expired, so go ahead and conclude your thoughts. And
Okay.
Thank you.
So the last question, I'll just read this one, and it comes from our last speaker. This all sounds great, and what's our recourse if all or some of these issues come about if the project moves forward? During the CEQA process, a report regarding lights, sound, parking, and traffic will be drafted and made public for all the neighbors to view and make any comments they might have regarding the project and report. After this process has been completed, there will be a document created that will specifically spell out the regulations the district will be legally required to abide by when the lights are used.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Appreciate your thoughts, your comments. Steve Murphy and then Eric McGrath or Garth.
Hello, my name's Steve Murphy. I'm a neighbor at San Marin High School. I live behind, I guess they call it the practice field, the baseball field. And I raised 4 kids, not in Novato. I've only been here 3 years. I came from San Francisco. Well, we used to have Friday night games. And then they can't have it anymore because of violence, drugs, kids getting stabbed, kids getting shot. It's totally been eliminated for what can happen. And the city, who's pretty liberal, just said, we can't have this anymore. So they've really reduced, the threat of kids going to these games. And then when you have day games, I have 4 kids, grandma and grandpa can go to these games. The young kids can go. You're catering to the kids that want to be in the spotlight. I understand that. I support sports. I like to hear the cheerleaders on Sunday morning, 7 years old, rooting for the Pop Warner team. I think that's great. And I can hear that like it's next door. It just seems that in San Francisco, they have seventh period is scheduled for PE, and if you're not taking a PE class, you're in a sports team. So that makes the day longer by having the sports teams not have a seventh period. Seventh period is practice. I don't know if that's implemented here or not. So that gives them more practice time. One thing I heard tonight is the fields are sloppy, they're muddy. I know that. I walk out my back gate, it's a mud bath. I mean, it's pretty bad. I realize that. So I think you should put more, for practice, make the fields AstroTurf. Put the money into the fields, and I know that's expensive. I'm for kids playing sports and having nice facilities. Where I moved, I was surprised how nice the facilities are at San Marin. Maybe some people take it for granted, but I don't. My kids played in sandlot baseball, football with bleachers that you couldn't even sit on because of splinters. The basketball gyms, you couldn't use the bathrooms in a lot of them. So they should really appreciate what they do have and not center so much on what they don't have. I really think it's a great community. I'm glad I'm part of it. I have a granddaughter that goes to grade school here at Pleasant Valley. I moved here because my son was here. And my wife loves it. I think it's a real nice community. I grew up with the bad, and I think the nighttime games are not the way to go. I understand that they need time, they need practice time and everything else. I support that 100%. Kids need good facilities. But I think the money should be spent more on fields, improving the quality of the fields, not on lights just for one field. Because that's a limiting factor right there, the one field. So thank you for your time.
All right, thank you very much. This is Eric McGarth or Graff, or I'll let you introduce yourself.
Eric McGarty.
McGarty, thank you.
I've got a son that just graduated from San Marin, a daughter that's currently at San Marin, and one that'll be an incoming freshman. Thank you guys for considering the lights. And one of the things that I just wanted to talk about was, really winter sports. My boys play football and have enjoyed a great community here in Novato. But I really want to talk about safety in the fields. My daughter has lost 2 seasons of high school sports for practicing on the upper fields and missing over half of the season, twisting an ankle and twisting a knee. $100,000 may seem like a lot for a light study, but the medical bills and the physical therapy that these kids are having to spend for dealing with their injuries are something to take into consideration. It's all of our responsibility to make sure that the kids have a great education and a great high school experience and are able to, exercise their bodies and their minds. And, I think having better facilities, including lights, to extend those winter sports for soccer is extremely important. Not to mention other people have talked about the time missed. So my daughter taking pre-calculus, missing her 6th period, there's a cost associated with pretty significant tutoring fees to have a tutor come into the house once a week to make up for that class time she's missed. So there's a lot of soft costs that parents are taking on for lack of facilities and the time that the kids are missing in school. And it's our responsibility to make sure that they have the best possible experience. And on another thing from safety, we talk about the day games. I grew up in San Diego, we had lights. My wife's family, they're one of the first to move in on San Marin Drive with many of their friends from San Francisco and the school, I think, was there before the houses were. And they have to make a choice sometime on Saturday afternoons, whether or not to come to the game. Because when you're sitting at that game at 2 o'clock in those aluminum stands, it's like sitting on a reflector. And can grandparents sit in that heat safely? We talked about the quarterback that missed part of the game, and a pretty important game, because of heat. But you've got these kids' grandparents that are sitting up there suffering, trying to watch their grandkids play. And it's a pretty short time, high school. And I think it's important to consider everybody. I can understand having to shut windows and those types of things, but it's pretty important, I think, to consider the safety of not only the grandparents watching their grandkids, but also the kids that are having to practice on subpar facilities and having to miss school. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Adam Littlefield.
Thank you. The committee that's been working on lights has created some talking points for the proposed field usage regulations, and so I'd like to share some of those. And I'd like to also point out that these regulations are intended to be respectful of the neighbors. Football games after daylight hours. The number of football games, there will be typically no more than 5 regular season games with a maximum of 6 with two potential playoff games. These games will generally take place on Friday nights with varsity games starting at 7 o'clock p.m. The exception would be if North Coast section playoff games include a Saturday night. The use of the lights, there will be competition level lighting, and that will be turned off within 10 minutes of the completion of the game, typically before 9:30 p.m. Lower level lights will be turned on no more than 30 minutes after the game for safe crowd egress. The school can leave lowest lighting on to clean up and restore field to pregame condition. Football games during the day. Daytime football games can be played anytime except Sunday, but will generally take place on Thursday, Friday, or Saturday. For soccer, lacrosse, athletic contests after daylight hours, there should be typically no more than 10 games for each sport. These events can be scheduled Monday through Thursday and should end up no later than 9 p.m. The public address system cannot be used on these days, with the exception of senior night for those purposes of announcing the senior players. Friday nighttime games will be used the same lighting guidelines used for evening football games relating to crowd disbursement and field restoration will apply. The PA system on Friday night will be limited to key game facts and not include an ongoing running commentary. Non-athletic school-related activities after daylight hours, there will be no more than 4 school activities, including graduation, powder puff, each school year during the night that makes use of the lights and or the PA system. These events would take place during the school year, Monday through Friday. Lighting would be off by 9 o'clock for graduation, if graduation was that late. Lower level lighting would be turned off by 9:30. The graduation ceremony, if it was at night, would be announced and published well in advance of the event. School athletic team practices after daylight hours. School teams can use the field lights for such practices during the school year, Monday through Friday, weekdays only. Lights would be turned off at 8 o'clock a.m. Lower lighting would be used until 8:30 for safe egress. The PA system may not be used for school athletic team practices. The lights may not be used for any summer practices or any other school field activities during the months of June, July, and August. And the only exception would be if high school graduation was in the evening. In terms of adult sports usage, no adult league usage for lights, and no adult league usage for the PA system. And for youth sports usage, the PA limited would be to youth football on Saturdays only. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So let's bring this back to the board for further discussion. We are being asked to make a decision on the RFP for the CEQA. So I do believe we have our trustee Greg Mack back. All right, so questions or comments, Mr. Trustee Miller?
Just to restate the question before us, we're being asked, should we go out for an RFP and get prices for what it would take for somebody to write an RFP? And I assume for us to go and do that exercise, we would want to have some preliminary scope as to what we think the RFP would cover. What the CEQA would cover, I assume the way you'd finally do it is there's a scoping session at the beginning of the RFP process, but even for asking for this price, we got to have some sense of what we're going out. So I think we're saying it's San Marin only and not Novato High. And we are saying we are looking for schedule impacts as well as lighting impacts. And we're looking at schedule impacts during the week for practice as well as schedule impacts for games and or other events. And we're looking at impacts for other community uses or not. Is that, I mean, how do we write this document? It seems to me like this could turn into a can of worms really fast. So somebody couldn't even give us a fair price, but we're asking them to study.
Okay, so
But do we have any framework for what we're gonna, the districts, and to be clear, this is an RFP that's being issued by the district if we choose this. This is not the sports boosters doing anything. They're a community member. It's not their program. They don't control the PA system. They don't control the lights. They don't control the schedule. This would be something the district would structure, and they would be a participant and use the fields like every other participant. Just right. So, Karen, you seem like you have some thoughts about how we're going to structure this.
Well, good question, because whenever we go out for our RFP, it is very important that we have the proper scope. And so I'll have Cam answer any questions, but through the CEQA process, it is a pretty standard of what's required there. So we certainly will be following the guidelines as provided through that act. And we also, as the board knows, have a very astute, well-respected construction management firm that we work with, and that's Greystone. We will also have them weigh in on this. They have provided the processes before when we do RFPs that have been very successful and have followed the different requirements for whatever it may be that we're doing. But I certainly will have our attorney just briefly restate that we'll be following the CEQA Act in the RFP.
Thank you. You know, many of the concerns that we've heard tonight that the CEQA consultant would be looking into are ones that are heard with all projects like this. So the consultant that you'll be looking for through the RFP process will be someone who's familiar with all of those issues and will give you a proposal that would address those as well as all of the standard things that go along with noise, traffic, lights, these kinds of things.
All right. Well, hold on, because I want to make sure. Any other questions? I had a question. Okay, so Trustee Scott and then Trustee Mack.
He just answered my question about the noise. Were they going to specifically study the noise and the impacts on the neighbors? And then you just answered it for me.
Okay, Trustee Mack, one word at a time through this thing.
Typical CEQA can address traffic, environment, neighborhood concerns, also want to cover. But I want to make sure that it also covers scheduled issues, students, academics, all the things that impact the kids in our schools. And I know that's beyond the normal scope of a CEQA.
So basically the question is to get information about schedules and the types of things that affect kids, academics, missing class might be an example. And it was assumed that that is not part of a... Okay, and that's not part of a regular CEQA, or is it, or can it be?
It is to the extent that you're trying to determine what your project objectives are. That's one of the definitions in your project is what are your objectives. And certainly things like school spirit, extended class time, achievement, providing schedules for the students to do what they need to do becomes a part of the whole process. They're not environmental impacts, but they do affect what your project objectives are.
So, that was clear. All right. I appreciate that. So part of the question I have is when we go out for this this proposal, are we setting that up in a way that we're saying, okay, so we have a clearly defined objective here. We want a co-curricular interscholastic program that's going to aid academics through athletics as an objective, for instance. And that's the kind of thing that we would ask to be part of our proposal?
Typically, that might be a little early in this process. Those kinds of issues are something that will be determined as to what it is you want the consultant to study. And the first step is to find the consultant that you want to study those things. So I think you can have a broad definition of that, but the actual details of it all, things that were talked about in terms of what usages, when, what times, that's something that gets developed through the EIR process.
I want to be clear. We're talking about authorizing a study to see what the alternatives are. And President Nell, when you say the goal is to build an athletic program, it sounds like you've already decided before you have the facts in front of you. And I want to caution all of us that we have a legal obligation to collect this data before we make a decision. And if we sit here and pre-decide, we basically laid the door wide open for a lawsuit that says it was just a sham process. We're doing this, if we do the study to consider this alternative, then we need to consider the facts that we've collected. And to get the cart before the horse just puts us at risk.
So
it'll make sure it never happens. Is what it'll turn out.
So
if that's so please.
Let's in jest.
Approach this. Yeah.
I would caution Trustee Milrick not to put words in Trustee Nell's mouth or to explain what it is he's trying to ask. So let me clarify. My intention was the question that started with Trustee Mack led to our council to say that we need to set an objective. So I suggested it have something to do with what we do here, education. I think what you're saying is that you want to keep that scope clear and fair and specific to, and that's what we're here to talk about. One of the questions that I had about going out for the RFP was perhaps when we make this request, there are companies out there that have done something like this before and could not, we wouldn't be reinventing the wheel. So I would say that as a condition, if we were to go forward, we would want a firm that's had experience in this particular type of venue, and they certainly could help us with this objective conversation. Okay, so Trustee Scott.
I'm just want to make sure that I'm following this process. We haven't embarked on this before, at least not my tenure on this board. So for this CEQA process, the $100,000 that is outlined, is that capped at that point, or are we just going out? Walk me through the bidding process. Is it something less? Do we think that's the max? I'm just curious.
Oh, no, very good question. So as we started down this journey, we did reach out to a consultant and ask them, based on the CEQA Act, what the timeline would be and scope of work, and with that, a proposed fee. And so we did receive back just to have a estimate of the cost, what it would be. So that's where we believe that the cost will be approximately $100,000. But to your question, there is a process. So the first thing that we do, be it for any RFP, is we look at what the objective is. And this way it is to follow the CEQA Act and meet those requirements in it. One is to look at the levels of noise, the impact of the noise, traffic, if there's any light pollution. Those are the three main things that come up, but we'll certainly look at all aspects of it. And then from that, we put together a scope, much like a construction project. What is the scope? What is it that we're going to build? And then we get vendors to provide a proposal. As we do when we do RFPs, we'll have a selection committee put together, and with a rubric that has, it was mentioned earlier, we want a firm that has done this type of work before. We will have Greystone Construction put together a rubric that says these are the things that are important to us as we select this firm. And then certainly we have a budget developed. So right now we're saying we believe that the cost for the study will be about $100,000. We go through the process, the bids come in, and or the proposals come in, and with that we'll have a price. That information goes to the committee. A recommendation then is brought forward to the board to say that we want to select ABC Company to do this work as outlined. At that time, the board has the opportunity to review the process, review the work that's going to be done, and then give approval to either move forward with the study or not. And one of the considerations always is, are we within budget or not? So depending on what the cost is, the board will make that decision. But again, it is a process that we start with the scope. We'll have Again, we'll have our legal work with us as we do in the past. Also, Greystone Construction, they're the experts. That's why we utilize them. They'll help us put together that RFP that says what is the scope, the whole process. It'll be advertised as we do, and it'll have a selection committee, and then we'll bring it back to the board. Right now, what we're looking at for this process is at least 30 days. You put it together, and then there is a period of time. I think there's a set amount of time, but we want adequate time for it to go out into the field so we get proper responses, and then you have a time to review it and come back to the board. So that is the process.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Trustee Aguila is next.
This is just to piggyback on Trustee Scott's question as far as money goes. Just to make clear, the 100,000 has nothing to do with the bond that we're going to be talking about
No,
in
the
the near future.
100,000 is set aside in a one of our funds. It's not the operating funds. It's our called Fund 21, and the number, but it's a facilities fund. And so information we've provided to the board in the past, the dollars are remaining in there. So approximately, I believe, when we close out our fiscal year, I believe that we'll have available between 1.2 million, 1.5 million. That's isn't earmarked for any other project. So there are available funds to move forward on this study.
Whether we get the bond or not.
It has nothing to do with the bond.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions? Trustee Mack, are you? Okay. So I did want to press a little more on the mitigation aspect. As part of our RFP, can we be more specific around studying cause and effect in the surrounding neighborhood? So, for example, people parking in local streets to go to the game, how would we mitigate that? Can we be specific, or could we weight it in a way in our request to make sure that we do a really thorough job of understanding what the effects are going to be on the surrounding neighborhood and what we can do to mitigate those things?
Yeah, typically, wouldn't be specifically in the RFP process. That is part of the CEQA process, and all of those impacts have to be studied in any EIR that's going to pass muster. So someone who's doing this kind of work will know that they do have to do that work.
Okay, so we're going to do one that's going to pass muster.
Absolutely.
All right, that's what I like to hear. Okay, so we're being asked to make a decision on the recommendation to proceed with this RFP, request for proposal. I have a first by Trustee Mack, seconded by Trustee Butler. All those in favor, or let me ask any more comments. I have a first, second.
I'm going to support getting prices for this RFP at this point, so I'll vote in favor of asking for this our request for proposal.
Okay. Yep. Any more comments or?
I appreciate Trustee Miller's comments and clarification and making sure why we're here.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. And I thank you for that. I always mean to be respectful and not misunderstood. Okay, so I will call the question. All those in favor? We have Trustee Mack. Are you voting? We have 6-4. 6 in favor, 1 absent. And
before everybody gets excited,
okay, Trustee Miller.
Please. This is the beginning of getting a price for somebody to do a study that's going to take a year. If you care about this issue, you've got to be involved and have your point of view heard articulately, clear. If you're the next door neighbor, or you don't like sports, or you like to play soccer, whatever the issue is, this is just a window for you to be a good citizen and voice your opportunity. So this is barely a start. So welcome to democracy.
I want to thank everyone for coming tonight and participating. Okay, the board will move on to its next agenda item, which is, oh, well, let's, Jane, we're going to Jane, we're going to recognize you next. Just thought we'd let things calm down a little bit and you could let us know our announcements. Are you prepared or you don't? It's up to you. It's your call. That's what I said.
Yeah, none of this has anything to do with sports or anything. So, just that the spring concert is April 7th, which is later this week. Also, the music classes are going to Disneyland over the weekend. Open house is April 21st, and the school just voted for next year's student body. So, yeah.
Good. Sorry I didn't ask you sooner, but did you want to comment on the proposal for the CEQA at all?
I don't really think I can be like completely unbiased. I think that it would be a good idea. I think it'd be fun, but I feel like it's not going to happen until after I graduate, so it doesn't really affect me that much. Also, I don't play football, so.
All right. Oh, we'll have to have night meets. Okay. All right, so now thank you. We're going to move on to item D, which is to improve, to enroll students into transitional kindergarten, known as TK, whose birthday fall between the dates of December 2nd and the end of the school year beginning in 2016-17.
Okay, and I would like to clarify something for the sake, certainly, of all of you. Most importantly, originally when this was written, it was for discussion and approval to be able to bring back information that you had requested and for having better information for you to think about approving it. Since then, I've decided that it will be discussion only this evening. And that actually is because I've become aware of some teacher concerns and would like to have the opportunity to have some collaborative conversations about those concerns and see if there is really a positive way to resolve those or not. The other thing is that we have been granted the preschool funding. And that also is very positive and may change the picture. But I do want to come back with some of the information, which I'm sure you all have in front of you at this point. Again, this is in regard to the law, the Assembly Bill 104, which actually gives school boards the opportunity to extend the enrollment dates, birth dates for TK. So that right now, children that enter TK have birth dates between September 2nd and December 2nd. And the new law allows school boards across California to decide if they want to accept 4-year-olds, children who do not have their birthdays within that date, between those dates, but do have their 5th birthday before the end of the school year. So with that bill came very clear conditions. Parents that would enroll definitely have to sign a form where they're very clear that their child has to have 2 years of program so that they would indeed go into a full kindergarten program. The governing board would also have to make the decision that it's in the best interests of the child or the children, and that they would really share advantages and disadvantages with parents. Also, again, it's critical to realize that we do not get average daily attendance monies for the children until they do turn 5, and that they also cannot be counted in the unduplicated pupil count. Transitional kindergarten is really the first year of a 2-year kindergarten program. And the TK program should be modified based on what's developmentally appropriate and the state wants to make it very clear that what they consider developmentally appropriate is also based on the preschool foundations, not our kindergarten standards. It is the intent of the legislature that also, as we look at staffing, that we are really sure that staff is qualified to teach the children. Now, it's very interesting because the law states that a school district shall ensure that credentialed teachers who are first assigned to a TK classroom after July 1st, 2015, have by August 1st, 2020, one of the following. And it's really important to be aware of that date in 2015. But the requirements, if folks have not taught transitional kindergarten before then, are that they have to have at least 24 units of early childhood education or child development, or both. Or that they have a child development teacher permit. A board can determine to assign teachers to those classes, but then assure that they're going to support them really in getting the proper training. Again, if they haven't already been assigned to a TK classroom before July 1st, 2015. So that really means that teachers who have taught transitional kindergarten prior to that date are able to continue teaching TK and are not required. They don't have the same requirements. Some of our staff, as a matter of fact, do have some early childhood units, and some actually, and I'm not sure, may have child development. But we definitely have teachers who have been teaching TK for 2, 3, many more years, as long as we've had TK. Actually, we have a teacher who should come up a little bit closer because she's been sitting in the corner all night, and also, I think, anxious to speak to you. So at NUSD right now, we have 11 certificated staff members who have either some of those requirements, or they've been teaching TK for at least 2 years or more, and some since TK was established. And several of those either kindergarten before that, or actually came into us from early childhood after they received their elementary credential. So, without, I looked at the Total School Solutions report. They did a study in 2014. It was the most recent one at the time. And I know that you have another study being done. We don't have the results of those then. But that study was really quite interesting. And I looked at multiple years of the study. The study actually ended up being quite accurate, which was surprising to me, because as we know, if we're realistic, we can look at birth rates and project when children will enter school, but in reality, we don't know if they still live here or if more have moved in, and things change over time. But as I looked at that study, for the year 2015-16, this particular year, it was projected, and I'm sorry I'm reading this, it's a little late for me, I hate to say that. But it was projected that we would have an enrollment of 112 students, and actually 98 were enrolled. And the year before was similar. I mean, their findings have been just that close. So at this point, they're projecting 108 TK students for 2016-17. And that's basically what I have to go on as far as projections. But if they're around 108 or a little bit less, generally we've been enrolling just a few less than their assumptions. We actually have technically enough certificated teachers, because we have 11 TK teachers that have been teaching TK either with the qualifications or just with the experience at this point in time, to be able to actually enroll that many children. I, can't project any more closely than that, actually. In this, when I ran the numbers initially, I had said, obviously, if we were placing 20 in a class, 11 teachers could take 220 children, which we would never have. I know that one of the major staff concerns is the size of the classes, particularly if we're adding younger children. And when you look at the numbers, you could have 15 in a class. You could, and I'm not making suggestions, but there are ways to move the numbers. And I know the teaching staff who have been working with these children are most concerned about the numbers or having some support. So I do think that is a consideration going forward. So this is the additional information, because my, I guess, reticence when we met the first time was the number of teachers that we had, the number of children that have been enrolled, what the projections were, and whether it even looked feasible from those points of view. And you guys had those questions, so I'm bringing you this information. I would like to think that within the next few weeks, I'd have the opportunity, and I've already talked to Janice Pack, who's here, with some important comments from a teacher's perspective tonight about meeting and having some collaborative discussion around this to see what really is realistic. I know that our teachers, I know Janice, who's been teaching young children, wants the best for children. We all know that research is saying we certainly need to, in some way, make sure our children are getting proper support and learning opportunities and socialization opportunities early, so they do arrive in kindergarten and the other grades more ready to learn. So I guess I'm open for questions.
We have a couple of comments that we could hear, or if we don't have any immediate clarifying questions or anything. So we will, Greg?
I'm just looking forward to seeing the results of the conversations.
Okay. All right, so let's hear what I believe we have teachers here to say. Karen Martinez and then Janice Pack. I'm sorry, Karen. Okay, so I think we'll reorder it so that Janice Pack will go first.
Good evening. It's been a long evening. But thank you for hearing my concerns. I first wanted to just express my appreciation that Ruth Ann reached out. She really heard our staff concerns and has approached us in a very collaborative way. So I really look forward to those continued conversations and working with her to make the TK program a wonderful opportunity for our children. My name is Janice Pack. This is my 19th year teaching kindergarten at Rancho Elementary, and I've been teaching the TK-K combo for the last 4. As the board considers this opportunity to expand the TK program, I urge you to consider how effective the current program structure is and what needs still remain and are unaddressed. When TK began, we had AM and PM kindergarten with an adult-to-student ratio of 1:10. The following year, this was replaced by extended day kindergarten, resulting in a 1:20 ratio. Class sizes continued to grow, and I now find myself alone in a classroom with 24 TK and K students in class. This is the largest primary class at my site, and I know that my students are not receiving the individualized attention and instruction that they deserve at this age. Except for one site, TK programs in NUSD occur in combination classes. While combo classes can work with older, more self-directed children, they do not work for the very young students. I've tried it for the last 4 years, the best I can, because those maturity levels and abilities range dramatically. When TK students get frustrated or lose interest in an activity, they still hit and tantrum or wander away physically or just mentally, heads in the clouds. Young 4-year-olds require a program more like preschool than kindergarten, requiring significant curriculum and environmental adjustments at our sites. The play structure at Rancho is designed for 5-year-olds and up, as if I could really keep a 4-year-old from using it, as the insurance adjusters have recommended to us in the past. I teach my TK combo in a 2nd grade classroom, as do many other TK and kindergarten student teachers in this district, which occurred when we dismantled the AMPM program. There just weren't enough kindergarten classrooms for all of us. These primary classrooms do not have the space necessary for all the components of a quality early childhood education program. These younger 4s will require a lower adult-to-student ratio, which will allow for greater teacher interaction and safer supervision. Numerous organizations, such as the National Association for the Education of Young Children, suggest a ratio of 1:8 to 1:10 for 4- and 5-year-old children, which with my notes, I've also given you their chart. We could address this by hiring full-time paraprofessionals in our TK and K classrooms, because our goal in NUSD should not just be for our children to have the opportunity to attend TK, but for them to have a high-quality experience that leads to the positive long-term outcomes, both academically and socio-emotionally, that we intend. I already question daily whether I alone, I'm sorry, I'm almost done, am able to provide that high-quality academic experience when many days I'm just focused on keeping my students safe, both physically and emotionally. Some of our sites, as we heard, are participating in that County P3 grant, which is incredible, an incredible opportunity that offers the support of community partners, resources, and extensive professional development. But beyond this, since the introduction of the TK program, there's been minimal staff development offered to most of us who are now grandfathered in as qualified TK teachers. And I have to say, I'm still figuring it out as I go, all by myself. Also, will this funding really still be available in the fall? Because Governor Brown's proposal for the 2016-17 state budget includes language which eliminates the requirement that districts offer TK and instead combine that funding that is currently directed towards TK into an early education block grant in order to better direct those resources towards the low-income and at-risk students and families. So I respectfully ask the board to just consider these factors and needs and not approve any sort of TK program expansion until we can comprehensively address them first. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Of course.
Appreciate your dedication.
Getting the results in the morning.
Ms.
I'll ask my room mom to bring me coffee.
Ms. Martinez?
Hi, my name is Karen. I am a parent, and I'm lucky to have Mrs. Pack as my child's educator. I have some concerns about the expansion of this program, and many of them she has already voiced, but I have observations that I have made as a volunteer in the classroom. And the way that the expansion is written, it would allow for kids to be in a classroom with potentially a 22-month age gap, because it is a combination classroom. 22 months in this world is a very, very large developmental gap, emotionally, physically, and behaviorally. And I think that children will be punished, not necessarily in a disciplinary sort of term, but they will be missing out on quality opportunities, the children that are older, because so much time will be spent redirecting the younger children. And those children cannot help their behavior and their needs because they're only 4. These children belong in a preschool, and I am in support of the initiatives for access to universal preschool. And I think that's fabulous that we're seeking that. But I don't think that at this time it would be a good idea, as the system is set up, to expand the program. And I just urge you to obtain more information and work with the educators to see if that is the research that you find. Thank you.
Any follow-up? I have on those comments or?
Well, one of the things that came to mind is that I would invite any of you to join me visiting a TK class or two, or a combination TK-K class. And I think that the best thing to do is for me to spend some time really gathering information. I think that there are divergent thoughts on this, even among teaching staff, as there are divergent experiences. But I mean, I absolutely understand Janice's concern. One of the state's hopes has been that by expanding the program, we will have fewer combination classes. I mean, it's even part of what they've written. Because it is, you know, in general, and you guys, those of you who have been board members and you've been parents, you know how folks, whether it's teaching staff or parents, how they feel sometimes about combination classes. We're talking about younger children. I will say, and I will commend, Janice runs an excellent class. I have been in TK classes that are complete, you know, fully TK classes and combination classes where I have seen phenomenal instruction, incredible behavior, children fully engaged. And I've seen it working well. I don't really know how much difference, you know, adding these younger children would be. But I will tell you, the only parents that have called me personally about this, and yes, I receive phone calls about all of these issues, are parents of children who have December birthdays and January birthdays, and they've just kind of missed the cutoffs in some ways. And I mean, you know, how do we look at that? I also think within this going forward, one of the possibilities is that a district can set it up any way they want to. And if you guys, I know that you believe in supporting, you know, early childhood education, successful early childhood education. And I suppose there is also a way to set acceptance dates as far as, you know, birth dates. I just want to say that I actually, which really is a commendation to Janice and all of the TK teachers and TK-K teachers, I've never walked into one of the classrooms and felt that anything was unruly, out of control, or students not engaged, actually. So that's really saying we have an amazing teaching staff, and I do commend them. I have taught kindergarten through 6th grade. I want you to know, at this stage of my life, never would I do that even as a sub at this point, and I have to be real honest about it. It's hard work. It is, and it takes exceptional staff. I do believe we have some, I think we have a lot of exceptional staff. But at this point, I guess all I can say is that I think that it would be valuable to have some discussion. And if you guys want to bring it back with more, perhaps even collaborative work as far as thoughts and ideas, and but it wouldn't come back until May.
All right, so well, let's try this. Do you guys have any ideas, comments, or questions? I have some thoughts on it, and Trustee Miller's got his hand up, so we're going to start with Ross, and then we'll see what we do.
It's simple. I'd love to take you up on your offer and go visit Ms. Peck's class.
Me too.
I would be thrilled. And in my pocket on my cell phone, I've got my 3-year-old granddaughter, so I'm just trying to figure out what's coming in the next couple of years. So this is a way of me cheating on seeing what's coming. So I would love to do that. That'd be great. And I hope I get a chance to meet both of you in the classroom.
Okay, so we'll compare calendars at some point.
Thanks.
Trustee Aguila, you.
I just want to thank you for coming back and bringing some information that we were looking for. It's a lot more clear, And yeah, I mean, we'll just see what the rest of the board. But I'm interested in if you have some more stuff to come back to in May. I would love to. I'm sure. I don't know what the rest of the board wants, but take it over.
Okay. So here's what I think. I think this is something that we would like to do, or at least that's from maybe not everyone, but if the research says it's something that works, but what I guess I need to know from the rest of the board is what sort of, if it's something you want to pursue, what would you like to have come back? And from my perspective, I think it's something it's interesting that they're giving us an opportunity to kind of control our own destiny, to kind of use the concept of local control funding. And if we thought that this was a big enough priority, we would find money in our budget for paraeducators or additional aides, or to improve the facilities, to take on this challenge for 108 kids. It's really not clear to me if that was 108 4-year-olds or whatever. But
Yeah, I'm talking about TK students.
Okay, total TK students. So I'm coming at it from the that I'd like to learn more and ask more questions and say, okay, so let's put a collaborative together and come up with what do we think we need to introduce this at a pilot basis, a minimum basis. Maybe we limit it to a few sites or something, because I understand there's no ADA, there's no guarantee of government funding, but it's the right thing to do, in my opinion. So I'd like to know how much to do more of it, is my question from staff. And if there's enough of you who would be interested in that, we'd have a consensus and we could ask for more information along budgeting for an improved TK program that included the younger age group. So I ask you.
I'm going to go visit the classroom first.
Trustee Butler.
This is I stated this when you first brought it forward. We have to do this. This is what we're all about. This is why we do MCF, the Marin Community Foundation, the Pre-K to 3 initiative. We've got to get these kids as soon as we can in with our district, and the benefits, the long-term benefits outweigh all the stuff that we're thinking about right now. And are those things what we're thinking about right now important? Yes, because we got to have a successful program. So I think you stated and Janice stated the concerns, and you're together. There's collaboration, and that's where we start.
That's what I'm looking for.
And so just come back with some options for us on this is what we can do with staffing, the potential need more support in the classroom. What else? Cost, if there's additional cost to this, I think you just bring it all back, and we've got to find a way to do this, though. This is what's right for kids. We approve a lot of other stuff, but this for me is important.
I'm not against bringing it back. I just want to go to the script.
So Trustee Mack, you were next. If you had a comment, then Trustee Scott.
I do have a comment. So, thanks, Ruth Ann, for putting this together. You'll see I just texted you. I'm good. Let's go. Let's go do some visits. I need to learn more about this whole angle. The one thing that keeps on striking me that's important is that as our kids get younger, 1 year makes much more of a difference, both in terms of maturity and in terms of preparation. And as we go down from 5 to 4, that's a 20% decrease in this kid's age and maturity. And that's huge. And I get what everybody's saying about this mismatch. But at the same time, to Debbie's point, we need to do everything we can to get these kids into a structured environment as soon as possible. I just don't know how we do it yet, how we house them, I mean, in terms of classrooms, how we staff it, etc. So I think, to Derek's point, we need to spend some time really better understanding all these different angles. But I think we're on the same page. We want to serve this population. It's not something we can just throw them in and go. It's not going to work.
Yeah, and I do want to assure you, Greg, we would never just throw them in and go.
Yeah. All right, so Trustee Scott, you had a comment.
Well, I welcome the opportunity to come and visit your class, and I'm happy to see that we're going to do some more research and some more collaboration, because I do think it warrants a second look. And if this program needs more money, more teachers, I'm willing to support that. I think I'm supportive of the program, but I want it to be right. I want our teachers to have the materials, facilities, the things that they need to do the job that needs to be done. So I'm really excited to see this come back after the collaboration with the teachers and the parents. I think the parents should also be allowed to participate at some point in this, just because I think they have, I mean, it's their children. I mean, if I were a parent, I would want some input as well. So I hope we not only reach out to the teachers, but we also are inclusive of the parents.
That may be a little bit more difficult, because as I think about that inclusiveness, then we need to think about the parents of the children who are a little bit younger. And how do we reach out to them when we're not sure of who they are, so that it's not just our parents? And I certainly respect what you say, but if we're talking about potentially not having as many or a lot or any, perhaps, combination classes at that level, it's a different response from a parent who's concerned about children who are several months younger and may have different social emotional needs. You know, the fact is that at all of those ages, development occurs at such different rates, right up through second grade. It is amazing how different the developmental rates are. And the reason we do need to educate children younger, and I'm using the word educate, I mean, it's like they need to get comfortable in a school environment. The social emotional development initially is just so important. When we're looking at a very diverse population, children have very different life experiences. You listen to Steve's passion. You know where I have come from. And I have to tell you that we have to make sure that we're reaching as many of the children who will enter kindergarten with exposure to 30 million words fewer than your children and my children, the children who have not had they've been alone a lot. They have not had the same kind of opportunities. That's why the outreach, not in any way meaning to create havoc in a classroom. I don't think that's necessary, actually. And I'm saying that in the classrooms I've visited, I haven't seen havoc. Since being a principal at Hamilton, the only week that I know that there have really been issues is the first week of school. It doesn't matter if they're TK or they're K. There are traumatized children.
So I don't mean to interrupt, but I think maybe what I'll ask is, I'm going to ask the superintendent here if he thinks he's got enough to go on. You and Karen, we're hearing budget, we're hearing facilities, we're hearing credentials. So what do you think is the next step to get back to us with a way to do something?
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear what the board wants. We know we need to get these kids in school. We need to give them a learning experience, and we just need to find out how to do it in a way that's going to support our teachers and support our students. So I think we can figure it out and bring something back together for you guys to consider. And if there's a cost to it, then we'll just have to see what that cost is and what it's going to take. So I think we're pretty clear on what to do, and we'll be able to bring it back in May.
All right, does that sound good? All right, so it's a report, so there's no action to be taken. So I'm going to conclude that agenda item and move on to 14E, which is approve the proposal to upgrade the teacher computers. Sean Roselle, IT Director.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for the chance to put this proposal before you.
I keep telling Sean that we're going to try to move them up on the agenda one of these days, so we're going to keep trying.
Well, so I've prepared 77 very detailed slides for you that I'm prepared to go through in depth. However, Karen's given me the stink eye, so I'll give you the short one, which is much quicker, hopefully. Alrighty, so so this is kind of just a graphical representation. So when we started this process at the beginning of the school year, we were examining teacher laptops. We had heard anecdotally that a lot of the laptops were pretty out of date with the decentralized funding for a lot of the computer hardware. Not all sites had been really diligent about keeping computers updated, and we did find that that was the case. There were some sites that were in good shape and some sites that were not. What we're concerned, like the blue is the good in this representation. The other colors not so much.
Berkeley, Stanford.
It's got nothing to do with that, but I'm sure that's just a happy coincidence. So what we're really looking to address is any computers that teachers are using that are more than 4 years old. Many of the computers that the teachers are using are much more than 4 years old. So, they run into a lot of different issues with that. So our first stab at this was really just developing a standard and replacing all the older computers with that. But when we presented that to principals and staff, we found that cookie cutter model really wasn't going to work at all sites without a lot more support. So we went back to the drawing board and kind of looked at what we could do. So this is the real number. So that was the graphical representation. The real numbers, the number we want to look at is that bottom right-hand corner, 161. So 161 devices we need to replace. What we decided to do was for those sites, there are 3 sites that have that are completely Apple schools, and it was really if we were to replace Apple, like the PCs that a teacher, the computer that a teacher is using at an Apple school with a PC, I'd really be giving them a device that was really not compatible with the rest of the program that they'd built. So we did look at how we could provide Apples for those sites that are completely Apple sites, and so that is San Ramon, Linwood, and Hamilton, and replacing those. And so we came up with, so of the 161 devices, 61 are Apples, 100 are Dells. Both we would be purchasing off of a pre-negotiated state contract, separate ones for each of those. And then we're also getting imaging services on the Dells so that we can roll these out as quick as possible. The goal is to get the devices in the hands of teachers before they go away for summer, so we can give them some training and they can get comfortable with their device and start building their program before they come back. The alternative would be giving it to them in the couple days before school starts, right when they get back, and I think that would be very disruptive to their preparation for the school year. So we're kind of on a pretty tight timeline to do that. The Apples will just image in-house as opposed to doing the imaging as an outsource. And so that's really the plan for computer replacement for this year. So we want to replace those devices that are really too old to be in service and really kind of get everyone onto more of a level playing field. We have a longer term goal, which is really getting to where we have an orderly refresh of computer hardware. And so there's a few things that are going to be involved with that, really getting that out of the hands of individual schools, not having them make that decision, that we develop a refresh rate, we negotiate it as a district, and we try to get the best rates possible, and we basically turn the devices over periodically, and we take care of that as really a systemic process. And so for most things, we can look at a 4-year refresh rate. Some things, we might need to go to 3. Some things you might be able to go to 5 or more. We want to look at different hardware and software platform trends that are coming up. We really think that expanding beyond just teachers, if we're also looking at school site administrative staff, a lot of their computers are among the oldest in the district, and they're in pretty bad shape and in need of replacement as well. But in many cases, those can be replaced with things like virtual desktops, and we can actually look at ways where we can create a long-term strategy to really save the district a lot of money with devices like that. So when I'm talking about hardware and software platform trends, that's what we're looking at. We're going to start experimenting with that over the summer and seeing where we can make that work. So a virtual desktop, in effect, using a zero-client device, is really like you're creating a terminal. So those devices will last 10 years, and you're only really just updating software and doing things on the server. And the core upgrade that you all approved for us back in June, now that that's in place, that combined with our high bandwidth between sites, we can easily do that out at our school sites. So we're really looking at building that out and building that program out as a long-term strategy. We also want to look at leasing versus purchasing. There are some cases where, as a long-term strategy, leasing may have value for us. If you do a fair market value lease, over the course of, say, 4 years, you're paying less than purchase price for the 4 years, but at the end of the 4 years, they take the device back. So that may make sense for us in some cases. There's also dollar buyout, where you're basically paying face value, but you're spreading it out over 5 years or 4 years, and then at the end of the 4 years, you pay $1 and you get the hardware. If we decide that we might want to use that hardware for different things, possibly community use or whatever we think we might, student devices, things like that. So things we want to look at, and then repeating myself, virtual desktops. So I'm very excited about virtual desktops, you can tell. So, but anyway, if you have any questions, please.
All right. Ross?
Since you're talking about virtual desktops, let's talk about virtual desktops. So I'm not sure it's clear to everybody in the room, but the model basically is you take the chassis that you put centrally, and on those chassis you load a Windows operating system or something, say Windows, and then that's running. So now when you sit at your desk with your device, it could be an iPad or it could be anything, and it becomes the screen to that virtual machine running in the data center. Now for that to work, you have to have really fast pipes between your desk and where that machine is, that central machine. In our district, we do.
Yeah, we have insanely fast pipes.
Insanely fast pipes. So because we have good infrastructure, we can invest in the Windows operating systems on those central boxes that are running virtual, and what's in front of the teacher is something very cheap and much more, lasts a lot longer, because it's basically a keyboard and a screen and not much more than that.
Yeah, and that's why the ones that we're looking at they're called zero client. There's really no operating system running on the device. It really is a dumb terminal.
A little bit more than a web browser, but not much.
Yeah, and there's no moving parts, so that's why the device lasts for 10 years, really. And so, and really any updates we make would just be on the server.
So a demonstration of that for all of us would be really useful at some point, so we can understand what that is, because you've got it twice on your slide, so.
Well, and that's what, so Karen and I are working on building that into my budget for next year, and really finding places where we can experiment with this.
Okay, because that's where corporations are going. The replacement cost of everybody's laptop is just awful.
Well, and the other enormous benefit to virtual desktops also goes beyond staff, and it goes to actual students. When you're talking about BYOD, one of the most effective models for BYOD is running a virtual desktop. So really, I don't care what device you bring in, as long as it's got a browser, and then you can connect to a virtual desktop, and everybody has the exact same experience. It doesn't matter what the device is, and it gets teachers out of the business of having to do any troubleshooting at all. So, and that's absolutely critical. So, some districts who've done virtual desktops for BYOD have been very successful. But I'll be honest, some other districts are reporting like dismal failures. So we want to look at both and what other districts have done, so that we're on the good side of that line.
So, any more questions or comment on the issue? I would just say that good work. I get it. I think I even know why those other places are dismal failures, but we'll get into that later. But we wouldn't be. I think it would work well, especially with students. So
yeah.
I'm in favor of moving ahead with this item. Can I entertain
I'll move the item.
More, no questions? Trustee Mack, are you questions or you're good?
No, I'm good.
All right, so I have a first, a second. All those in favor? Aye. We have 6 in favor and 1 absent, so go replace those teacher computers.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. All right, so hang in, we got one more item that we scheduled to put at the end here, which was consent item C. And we're going to give that to Trustee Scott to You wanna
Yeah,
just-
I pulled this, reading it. I have some concerns. It's an interesting piece. It says, it's the school business service contract, but reading through it, raised some concerns of mine regarding, our contracts with the charter school. And in reading this, they were talking about negotiations and prepared enrollment projections, and I have concerns around the enrollment projections and equity and the demographics. And I know that their contract is going to probably be coming before us here pretty soon. And I'd like to hear a little bit more about this, the independent piece, and what we're doing now with them.
So the contract that's before you, or the agreement that's before you, really is for us to hire some consultant for capacity. With the work that I'm doing right now, I need some additional help. So that is what this contract for, and not to exceed $4,000, is to bring an accounting group to come in and review the MOU that we currently have with the charter school. They'll be working with me, Jim and I, and several board members. You've met with charter school. We know the concerns. So what Terry Ryland and her group, but it will be Terry, will be doing is simply reviewing the agreement and making recommendations to us. So two things happens. One, for the reviews or the renewals that we've done in the prior years, we've sent it off to legal. Legal responds and says, this change in charter law, you should look at this. And it's a legal review. And I suspect that staff at some point reviewed it also. So what this does is two things. One, it helps with staffing it so that the information can come back to the board. But second of all, it gives an outside look that is someone that does have experience in reviewing charter schools that can say, these are other things that I've seen, and have you considered this? But the work that staff will do that will bring to the board will address those concerns that you said. So this contract is not looking at their enrollment, it's not looking at negotiations. It's a standard agreement before you that if we wanted the firm Terry Ryland to do enrollment projections for our school district, we could use this agreement to do that.
Well, and just to follow up on some of that, is this projected enrollment also with the piece that, is the charter school going to also be included in the study that we just contracted with?
No, the contract that we did about a month ago is with TSS, and that's the one that Ruth Ann Bexon referred to. And so that the scope of that work is strictly, or should I say, does not
Doesn't include the charter. Okay, and then
school.
my last question is Ryland, are they going to be coming and reporting to the board?
They can, but
Okay.
at this point that I felt that staff would report.
Okay.
And Ryland, Terry, she'll be in the audience to answer any question as to her work. But at this point, staff would be reporting along with charter staff.
Okay, thank you.
And what is the date for that? When will that be?
Once the board approves it, that I will execute it, and I hope to meet with Terry on Thursday of this week and with charter schools so that we can meet the deadline to bring back the charter renewal in May.
So Jeffrey will still be here?
Pardon me?
Jeffrey?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. And so can I ask a question? So what else do we get for the $3,000 besides someone reading? Besides reading the contract, is there?
Well, no, it's
something?
not reading the contract, it's actually doing the work. So it's actually reviewing the agreement that we have with the charter school and looking at it and going through the necessary, there's a checklist that's put out by the state, and there's also best practices that says as you renew a charter school agreement, these are the things that you should look for that should be in the agreement. I've also asked Terry to look at the portion of our agreement that has to do with facilities. There's been questions around that, and also around the special ed portion of it, that we are serving we're providing more hours to the special ed component, and I want to make sure, one, that the charter school is getting the services that they need, and also that we're getting reimbursed for the services that we're providing.
So we're actually getting like a proposal type
And
of
we're
thing.
getting a report.
A report.
And that will say that we've looked at it, and they'll have management recommendations, but it also is looking at the things that I specifically asked for. There are questions around equity. I certainly have had a conversation with Terry regarding that, but that's more of a local consideration that we need to follow up on.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Actually, Trustee Mack is next, and then Trustee Moak. Oh,
Ready to move?
and that, did you have a question?
No, I
too?
was just ready to move the item if he has a question.
I have
Go
one
ahead.
question I'd like
Okay.
to ask before we.
Trustee Mack?
Thanks, Shelley, for pulling this. I want to talk about it too, but I don't want to spend too much time on it. Just let them do their work. But I want to make sure that they take into account some of the issues that were brought up in the various letters we received, namely around just processes used for waiting lists, selection, and all that kind of stuff.
And so, Greg, those are things I met with the charter school folks last week and began conversations on that. And so, again, that Terry Ryland has been made aware of those concerns. And again, that's something I'll have her look at, but that's something that is certainly more of a local consideration that I will be bringing forward to the board. But yes, to your answer, it will be looked at in the renewal.
Thank you.
Trustee Moak.
Ulrich.
Yes. I have a question, and I'm not sure it's for this contract. I think it's probably not, because it's operational. But if we go out for a bond and we put a general revenue on the community, is part of that money that comes from the bond bound over to the charter school by some formula?
We asked Janet Mueller, our legal, on that question. She responded that as in many areas of the law, there's gray areas. Okay. So there certainly is gray area, and we have a unique situation of how funds for facilities were provided to the charter school. But at the end of it, that if in the bond allocation, there is $1.5 million currently in the budget for upgrades to facilities regarding the charter school.
Okay, so the answer is yes, but it's out of the scope of the contract we're talking about right now.
That's
Yeah,
correct.
okay,
But
well,
we
thanks.
have addressed it, and our architect's aware of it. We've sent the information that Janet sent to us, and if I didn't, I'll resend it to the board, the information Janet provided.
Thank you. That's my only question, Shelley. I'm done.
All right, I'm ready to move.
Okay. So do I have a second? Trustee Butler wins. So we got a first and a second, and I'm gonna support it. I see this as a way of expanding our capacity to get some of the auditing and busy work out of the way. So maybe we can actually focus more on the equity issue with this renewal in-house.
Thank you.
Okay,
Very
so
good stuff.
with that, all those in favor? 6 in favor and 1 absent, so we will go ahead and approve this contract. And I want to thank everyone for sticking around. Our next meeting is April 14th. Oh, and we did want to adjourn in tonight's meeting in the name of a former teacher and hardworking nurse here in the community named Maggie Feldstein.